Greetings, everybody. Welcome on in. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Since I am late today, let's start with reading the chat, and then we will read those wonderful placards, contribution placards. Thank you to, or I should say, welcome on in to User 11, Mr. Jason, and Mr. Gordo Goku. Good to see all three of you. Hopefully you all are doing well, whether it's the red or the purple app. I do hope that you guys are well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stays, all three of you. User 11 says first. Yeah, first once again, but I would probably go on to say User 11 will be first many times over before the year is done. Mr. Jason says greetings to you too, Mr. Quang, good sir. Thank you, and thank you to everyone else. Oh, that's not right. Oh, okay, that was weird. But all right, computer. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason approves of the the Roost coffee cups, Mr. Coin. I saw you messaged me about them. Yeah, those are some nice cups, to say the least. Gordy Cuckoo says, hello, Mr. Coin, good sir. Welcome, and thank you. Thank you very much for that. Before we get started, why don't we take just a minute to play the camera mini game, which I clearly need to do. Wow. What is up with Firebot today? That redemption is weird. Let me try a different one. Yeah, no, that just straight up isn't working. 1 second. Do the commands work, or is it just the... Oh, I know why. I know why. Hold on. Let's try this.
Let go, mother. Embrace loss.
That's why. That's why. We're on the placard screen, and I don't have anything keyed to that. I'm supposed to be out of this screen by now, is what it is. Okay. I will have to fix that. I'm glad this wasn't just a fluke occurrence, honestly. Now I know what to look for. Greetings to Mr. Shiny. Thank you so much for coming in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. I hope you enjoy your stay, and thank you for those redemptions. I'm gonna have to get the real cleaning cloth on that one. I read these placards pretty much at the start of every stream. It is the smallest way I have to give appreciation to all the people that have chucked coins or change at me. Yeah, you guys want your names on these placards? But that's kind of exactly what you have to do, is pluck some change or chuck some change at me. And while I do not have any Patreon patrons during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people who have used that platform in the past. I would like to thank Just Me Carly, 917, for their Prime Gaming subscription, and Most Likely Shine, or Mr. Shiny, for their Tier 1 Twitch membership. Please do enjoy all the benefits that come along with those memberships, including but not limited to extra emotes. In the case of Tier 1, elimination of Twitch ads, extra votes on Discord vote items when we have them, as well as like private Discord channel perks, etc., etc. Please do enjoy the benefits of those subscription packages. I would like to also thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that coffee tier membership. And thank you once again to user 11 for their $5 donation during this month's cycle. Every little bill, every cent really helps me out, and it helps me out more than I could possibly say. So thank you for that. Why don't we do a recap, and then I'll tell you guys what happened off camera, as well as our target today. So, last time, we did a lot of monster cleanup. And I do mean a lot of them. We then proceeded toward the end of stream to work on infiltrating the Yiga clan, like this place over here, the Yiga clan hideout, and we discovered that that was a car garage, hideout, clan base, and workshop, kind of all in one. Not to mention, well, not to mention the most important thing out of that workshop was the Thunder Helm. We got the Thunder Helm back. In what, is it the original Thunder Helm? Is it a, is it the original? Is it a copy? I don't know, but maybe we'll bring that in front of Riju and see what she thinks about it. Mr. Shiny says, don't forget a small amount of monster cleanup as well. Yes, we did in fact do a lot of that. In today's episode, I guess I'm doing the target next. In today's episode, our goal is going to be to focus on Addison Signs once again, doing any side quests or side adventures that pop up along the way. As well, you may have noticed that I have put a few stars around some locations. That pertains to the side adventure for... no, that pertains to a side quest for where, like, a trip through history. Also, while I'm here, I found it. I found the wells. Or I should say I found one well. I think I apparently stumbled into another one on stream and just wasn't aware that's what I'm doing. But over here in Hateno Village is this well right here. I just never visited it. Just straight up. It's kind of... these towns, both of them, Terrytown and, Hateno Village, just... I missed stuff in them. They were sprawling places. Lots to see and do. Other than that, I think I kind of just merged all of this into one explanation. But bottom line up front, our target goal today is, to work up some of these side adventures and other stuff. So let me catch up on messages, because it appears that I've missed at least some of them. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you would not do this considering the cost of the Nintendo Switch 2 and all, but a streamer that you mod for was playing Super Mario Odyssey, and he beat your score in a race in that game. You did eventually beat him, but not without considering yeeting the console out of the window. Ah, yes, the speedrunning is hard. Speedrunning is very much a hard endeavor sometimes. Mr. Jason says you could replace the Nintendo Switch 2, but you would need to buy slightly less from Hotel Chocolat, good sir. Oh, I don't doubt that. But, I mean, you eventually did do it. You didn't need to yeet it, etc., etc. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I've covered the missing messages. Mr. Jason says Kakariko Village as well has a quest linked to it as well. Good sir. Good to know. We may or may not bump into that on our way into dealing with cleanup. Mr. Shiny says, well. Who would have thought we would see another one here too? Indeed. Mr. Jason says, since your name is Coin, you reading these placards would be considered a token of appreciation, eh, Mr. Coin? Too true. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you usually can't watch streams on both Tuesdays and Thursdays since you normally have tight schedules in those days. I just wanted you to know, or you just wanted me to know so that you don't have to always say won't be able to watch stream today. Understandable. Now you know, so you probably show up late in the stream. Understandable, user 11. Thank you so much for any amount of time you can spend visiting today. I really appreciate it. Since you're probably on your way out the door then with a message like that, I'll go ahead and bid you adieu. If not, say something. But I do thank you for the time you were able to spend here today. User 11. It was good to see you. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, good sir. But if I don't get to see you again, do stay safe. Take care of yourself. And rest well. And with that, you guys may have also noticed that I have wiped out some of the icons here. There were a bunch of skulls here. Yeah, I needed them. Look at all these icons. I have mapped out like a significant chunk of the depths. A significant chunk. But that is ultimately not that's ultimately not where we're starting either. I just wanted to tell you that off camera, I've been working really hard to wipe out anything that isn't a gloom hand. Gloom hands we get to see. The rest of it, meh, not. I mean, it's not to say not really, but just the, killing all of those bosses is kind of akin to grinding, which you guys voted on not to see. So that's what we're doing is. That's what that was grinding. Since then, I have lost a good chunk of weapons, and I have found new ones. The same is true of shields. We've lost a couple of shields. We've lost a couple of bows. I've swapped out or found new bows, etc., etc. User 11 says, yeah, leaving now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, User 11. Do take care of yourself again. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you know that it's pretty basic with all things considered, good sir, but you still find it incredibly impressive that if a game is 1080p on the Nintendo Switch, it maxes out in TV mode, but that's just the basic resolution for the Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, it's the Switch 2 is a powerful device. I just wished it wasn't attached to, scummy corporate practices. That's all. I just wish Nintendo was being a better company than it is, but since it's not, well, it's time to bid them my exit. At some point. Gordo Goku says, wow, just wow, you need to take some of your marks off. You have 0 left. You never know what you're going to find in Tears of the Kingdom. It is truly a huge monolithic title. For better and worse. Let's see. Anything else? No, not particularly. Other than I did go ahead and pre-assemble the what is somewhat of a torture device. It's not really a torture device, but it kind of looks like one. For what this Addison sign I found, I figured, we would start pre-built with this strange doohickey. It's probably one of the strangest things I've built yet. All right, Mr. Addison. Try letting go. Yes, it stays perfectly still. Gordo Goku says, you have your Lionels double stamped. You truly love them, but you said that? You have, in fact, said that, good sir. I mean, Lionels are an honorable opponent. One of the few honorable ones that exist in Tears of the Kingdom, and perhaps probably the only one that actually, does wait for you. The rest are all too keen to, rip you to shreds. So I can see why people like them. Not to mention, you know, if you cutify them up, they make for great plushies. All right, what are you giving me, Addison? I'll take it. Okay, so you can find sleepover tickets in this set of rewards as well. Nice. Okay, so with that garbage out of the way, we are going to... So if you guys want to, you know, try following along, you can type in !TOTK MAP if you want the object map in Twitch. If you're on YouTube, *TOTK MAP will give you the object map that has been sourced by Mr. NK Plays. He's worked hard to source that for us. I've been using it a lot. It's very useful. I have on my list some spots from said object map where we'll find, where we'll be finding Mr. Addison. Let me do a demonstration on YouTube because I know that the command difference can be a little bit confusing. There we go. Fresh object map. If you want to find anything in there, you can probably put it, like, enclose what you're searching for. You can enclose what you're searching for in quotations, and then it'll come up as one term. And assuming you've found something with the appropriate name, you will be able to find what you're looking for. And in my case, I was able to search for Addison and find him. You can even, assuming you've added what you've searched for to a map, you can actually even close off the tracker spots that show up on your map. It's really cool. Mr. Jason says you're excited for Thursday. In your character's pockets on Animal Crossing New Horizons, you have wallpaper in slots reserved for tools. In slots reserved for tools, you shall replace it immediately with the Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive megaphone. Ah, yes, the megaphone. But can it beat the banana phone? That would be my question. So here, because we've done the Addison signs kind of intermittently throughout our journey, this is very much going to be one of those, we're going to fly around, and if stuff happens, great. If not, you know, this is going to be a how should I say, hopefully we won't need to be flying around for Addison for too long, and then we can go do other things. I have a bunch of gloom hands I want to show you guys, and we may take a break to go do that. Mr. Jason says the wallpaper is just there for now so that things do not go into those slots until you get the megaphone. Understandable, so they're placeholders. Gordo Goku says it was worth a try. That works on Facebook. I forget. Facebook, it's Facebook Live, right? If I'm remembering right. Also, I forget, we have the fully completed Zonite set. Wow. This is almost so, like, look at that battery consumption. We would be flying through batteries, like, hella quick. And now, we can fly a significant chunk of space. I almost want to go, we can actually even make our way toward where the Great Fairy is. And like go upgrade this. I truly do think it's that worthwhile to do. Signs got to be right over here, or not too far away from here. This is so nice. I'm loving the reduced rate on this. Gordu Goku says not to interrupt, but you don't see where to find Addison on the link. It's an amazing app, but you just don't see it. I can demonstrate. Hang on. You have to use the search prompt, Gordu Goku. If you're looking at the object map, on the left-hand side should be a magnifying glass icon. You'll click on that, and you will type Addison in quotes. Let me see if I can't open up a browser display for us so we can see it together. Okay, so this is what that display kind of looks like. You'll go and click on the... actually, I'm not even sure if this is visible in the way that I think it is. It probably isn't. There we go. Now we can see it. So if we look at... not this. Let me see. Why is this not updating? Refresh cache, current page. Oh, that's why. It's a browser capture. I need it to be a window capture. Hang on, hang on. That's what's going on. Okay. So, if you'll look, and let me try to, like, zoom this in. Gordu Goku says you just realized you wrote a bunch there. Sorry, no worries. No worries. Let me try and put on an effect filter. Let's see, load shader from text. And it'll be zoom. Oh, nope, that is not quite correct. Okay, so I think I've zoomed this in pretty effectively. Let me know if you can't see something right. And I'll try to, like, zoom it in. But, where's my pointer when I need one? Here. Let me... like that. Gordu Goku says it's much better. Thank you. No problem. So if you look up here where my pointer arrow hit is, that's where the chat prompt is. I can disable it and then re-enable it. And if you type in your thing that you want to search for in quotes, then it'll pop up. It'll pop up with all these red dots, or it could be dots of other colors, but red is usually what pops up for me. you can click on an option called Add to Map, which would be here, right above where my red pointer is. If you add to map, you'll notice that the dots change. So instead, you see this green dot toward like the bottom middle. That is where your new like object tracking is. And what you can do is you can click on it, go, and you'll find Addison, and you might notice that, let me move the pointer again. There is a little check mark icon. If you click on that, on mine, it is natively set to hollow out the icon. So if I just move that over here, it'll natively hollow that icon out. Whereas if you look at this one over here, it is bright, bold, and easy to see. This is what I've been using. With the Korok seeds, you might have noticed that some of them are like this one here. This is like an old instance of an object map. I've been clicking on these, and literally just like that it hollows them out. It's pretty great, honestly. I hope that demonstration was very helpful. Man, maybe I need to make a video demonstration of things I want you guys to see. That might actually be more helpful than what I might realize. Let me check back with Twitch chat. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you roughly timed it. With a complete energy cell with no boosts or armor boosts, you got a full 3 minutes of uninterrupted flight. Nice! Yeah, that's nice. And that's with the Zonite set, just plain, right? Oh. Oh, no, I did read that one. Okay. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you have a feeling that the version 3 from Animal Crossing New Horizons will not give us a bigger will not give us a bigger store. But in the case that it does, you've looked at the plan of your current store and the location and its location, and it's possible for it to expand further by 1 space. I sure hope that if they do give you a bigger store, you know, that it does exactly that, and it's not like something weird where it's like 2 spaces in one direction and then nothing in another, blah blah blah. I'm looking for, yeah, it should be up here. This is where our dear friend Addison should be once again, assuming we've not already. Ah, good. I'm glad that we have found him. What are you asking this time, Addison? 2 signs. I kind of know what to do with that. Kind of like this. And all we need to do is just secure the inside so it doesn't go anywhere. Gordy Goku says, upgraded all the way. It is not highest, but it's right next to it. Interesting. No, I assume you're talking about the Zonite set, right, Gordy Goku? Like that was what that was in reference to? Mr. Jason says if it did something like that, it might make Mr. Jason's OCD cry. I could imagine. Well, I guess, assuming I can upgrade it, I'm kind of looking forward, Gordy Goku, I'm looking forward to being able to see that in action for ourselves. Again, assuming that we have the materials to do that. Let's do this. Nope. There. Like so. Mr. Jason says, since this isn't classified good, sir, you're really proud of Annie Olo? Ah! Yeah, me too. I was sort of worried that there would be issues, but that appears to not be the case. I think Vice President Carly and I were both kind of worried about that. Her more than me, but okay, this should hold it straight. Yes, try letting go. Perfect. Get to work, Addison. Just make sure you check in with, well, okay, any one of us could do this, but we gotta make sure to check in with them. Like if Annie needs a step, like needs to step back, if there need to be like more client reps, blah, 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 we need to make sure that they have those. Or the other tools they need to do their job. Yes, Addison, tell me what food item you're giving me, because almost nothing else will do. Gordon Goku says if you hit a bunch of constructs and a lot of zonite, it will be easy, minus the money to ante up. Ah, yes, I've been meaning to sell Bright Bloom seeds. Gordon Goku says your comments seem to be slow. Sorry. Let me check YouTube and make sure we don't have the stream set to, like, a latency mode. Like, that could definitely be, one reason why they could be slow, possibly. No, I've got ultra low latency. Okay, I thought I would at least check and make sure. Yeah, I thought I would. I don't need to be clicking on this. Okay. It is this one right here. Mr. Jason says, so far, Mr. Coin, 6 clients in January, and it's only just the 2nd week? Yeah, that's really nice. Gordon Goku says it's probably your typing. Sometimes you're fast, sometimes you're slow. Yeah, when I hear something or see something like that, it makes me think, oh, I should make sure that the stream is doing okay and that it's healthy. Because it's not to say that no one would ever tell me that the stream is not working right. Trust me, that's the kind of the first thing people are going to say is, man, is it just me or is the latency like really bad? Like that's one of the first things that every content creator hears is the criticism, the negativity, and is something wrong? So usually when that happens, you have to really, really very quickly stop what you're doing to make sure that everything's working. Mr. Jason says, man, is it just me or does Coin have the gift of gab? Aw, thank you, good sir, but that would be my dad. My dad is the one with the gift of gab. Me, I am just, I'm more of the listener. I do my best to listen to people. It usually works. Usually. Okay, seems like maybe just this whole section was like, Coin didn't bother to do it. Gordon Goku says you can understand that. I appreciate that. Of course, I try to keep that from being, like... I try to keep this from being like a huge thing that I dip back and do, but this you kind of can't stream unless the stream quality is at least decent, especially in today's age. Maybe 10, 12 years ago, you could, you know, stream with a really crappy, you know, console capture card. Like you could really stream with a not too. Let's do it like this. I don't think this is gonna work this time unless I literally talk to him, but yeah, I remember my first streams were literally Dark Souls 3. I literally played that with nothing but, you know, Xbox capture. God, those were the days. The world was less unstable and dangerous than it is now. Okay, yeah, he's standing. Get him up quickly. You know, people are very willing to deal with no mic if the audio is okay. People are absolutely not willing to put up with it if the audio is bad. Mr. Jason says, also, yes, good sir, if you hadn't put in that work, your VP would probably absolutely use certain abilities afforded to them. Well, yeah. Maybe one thing we could do is to have a person responsible for training that is not you. Ideally, we get another client rep manager, or what we could do is create a onboarding for each role that more or less shows them what they're supposed to do, and then, you know, kind of give them the week to coach them through all of that stuff. And then if they don't measure up, we ask them if they want to if they are willing to step back. Otherwise, we step them back and find someone else to fill that role. Mr. Jason says, you hope not, but if version 3.0 for Animal Crossing New Horizons adds 78 more DIY recipes, we would have one DIY recipe for every Korok in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Is that actually true? I realize that's sarcasm, but methinks that might be truer than perhaps you're letting on. Possibly. Yes, what? Come on, just skip to the food item, Addison. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you crafted all 922 of them, good sir. Wow. Yeah, Nintendo really likes the numbers with three zeros in it, huh? I mean, 1,000 is... I mean, it's still 1, but it's with 3 zeros. I mean, if 1,000 is not a lonely number, then I don't know what is. I don't know. I guess if we're being honest, at least you have yourself if you're one. One, in fact, very much can't be a lonely number because there's a number right before it. That's 0. It's a number. It has nothing. It represents nothing. It's like if someone were to say, oh, what's your name? Oh, and you identify yourself as nobody, you know, kind of like what Odysseus did in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Dang it. I'm gonna have to take off one of these. Methinks it would be most prudent to put on a pair of actual real pants. Sadness. Okay, so we'll grab this Addison song. Oh, wait. Hold on. I remember these being... Yeah, I remember... I think my search term is giving me where you can find materials and not just Addison signs. Gordu Goku says it's like that... Is that like W starts with a D? I mean, it kind of does. It kind of does. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure there, though. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in Animal Crossing New Horizons, some people measure out spaces for things using patterns. Not Mr. Jason's. He measures spaces by dropping bell bags. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, that is absolutely not where an Addison sign is. I think I'm getting... yes. So what I can do is, give me just a sec. W? Yes. W. Indeed. Indeed, even. That kind of looks like a D if you squint at it. I'm going to refine my search term and over on my object map. Give me just 1 second. There we go. All right, I think I have eliminated the source of my confusion. Yeah, now I'm getting actual real real Addison positions on my map. So if you're wanting to actually track Addison locations, I will spit this lovely little thing out for everyone. So with your object maps, if you want to see exactly where Addison is, you don't want to figure it out. If you open your search prompt in the object map and you type everything there, or you could copy paste, including the quotes. The quotes are important. If you don't do that, you're gonna, well, actually, based on the ID, you should be okay. But the quotes help the object map knows to search for that whole thing instead of looking for like errant spots where punctuation should be, like most search results or search filters tend to do. You'll be able to see either red or green dots depending on what you decide to whether you decide to add it to the map or not. This is what I'm using to help me find out like remaining Addison locations. Okay. So I think next on our docket, we're gonna go, well, actually, wasn't Beetle somewhere nearby? Let's see if he is, because I might want to sell some things. All right, Beetle. Beetle, come on. Ah, he's out there. Okay. Well, we're gonna take our bike with us. Okay, that should be close enough. All right, Beetle. So good to see you, even if it's freezing. These clothes aren't made for the weather, but Beetle goes to where the travelers are. Wow. Oh. Do Beetle's eyes deceive him, or is that a bladed rhino beetle? Ah, we've seen this dialogue before. No. Really? You turned down a deal like that? Huh. Oh, do mind me. Just let me know if you change your mind. So, well, then can I tempt you to buy, or are you selling today? Look what I've got. I am wanting to sell. I've been meaning to sell them. Not all of them. Prepare to hear sound. A lot of it. There we go. 998 rupees for 499 of those. Nice. Is there anything else that I can sell while I'm right here? Maybe there's like a thin stack of gemstones that we can... Yeah, I just saw something. Let's scrape 16 of them off the top. Let's see, probably 82 opals. All right, and the rest is just fine. Mr. Jason says, after Thursday, good sir, you will have an additional 6,123 spaces in storage in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Nice. Oh, Mr. Jason says Mr. Coin knows Mr. Jason well. I do, relatively speaking, for internet personages anyway. And internet friends. Gordu Goku says you sell Lionel hooves. Not much, but collectively you get a bunch of moolah. Too true. Too true. Yeah, in fact, how much How much are Lionel hooves? I'm out of curiosity. Goodbye. Look what I got. Lionel hooves are probably... See, those are teeth. 50. 50 for a hoof is not half bad. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason still laughs at someone commented, Mr. Jason, how's the chocolate in one stream? Well, I mean, is that not a fair question that one could absolutely ask of you? I sort of think it is. Out of curiosity, Mr. Jason, do you consider yourself like a chocoholic? Like, are you generally a fan of chocolate, or like, no, only whatever Hotel Chocolat is selling, not just any chocolate will do? I guess another way of asking that would be the, like, pickiness. Do you consider yourself picky with chocolate? I find myself not that picky. It just has to not, you know, have nails in it or something else, you know, awful. All right, which one was this? Mia. All right, Mia. Mr. Jason says, not particularly good, sir. You enjoy any chocolate? You just like the expensive stuff? Because it is one of those things that you could say, Mr. J... yeah, you just like the expensive stuff because it is one of those things that you could say that Mr. Jason did. Fair enough. So, like, the expense is part of the journey, is what I'm hearing. Yes, enhance away. We're going to enhance a very specific set. We are not treating the SA fairy to any amount of screen time today. Gordy Goku says you're a fan of dark chocolate. Oh, I'm the same way. I like dark chocolate. It's not too sweet, but it isn't bitter. It isn't super bitter. Gordy Goku says most don't, but that's more for you. Too true. There's more cake for me. Meant energy there. Why, Nintendo? Why? Why do you Oh, Zonite is required. Cool. Oh, do we? Okay, I actually don't have enough soldier horns for this. Nope, no screen time for the SA fairy. Absolutely not. Right about 60%. 60% dark like chocolate, 60% cacao is perfect. Anything more than that is like bitter. Like it becomes bitter. Like you're wanting the raw cacao punch of bitterness there. Although usually what makes a bar of dark chocolate even better is if it's blood orange. I love a good blood orange square. Tasty. Or dark, or like a, you know, black cherry. That's chef's kiss right there. Fruit flavored chocolate with like the sugars, with like the little sugar speckles that represent the like fruit. Ah, delicious. I know some people probably like their chocolate experience completely untamed and without fruit, but I think fruit makes lots of things better, including chocolate. Okay, so we can upgrade these to level 1, but I'm gonna have to do some killing to get the other levels. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin on Hotel Chocolat. They have a product called 100% dark chocolate batons, the rare and vintage. The 100% dark Ecuador chocolate batons come with smoky notes and a mellow flavor. 15 chocolate fingers in the one pack, designed to taste and share with loved ones. In my household, the dark chocolate stays with me. No one else will eat it. My sibling and I will share stuff like that on occasion, but they're really more of a milk chocolate person. And even with my mom, same thing. Dark, like, milk chocolate. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that. I hope you guys are finding the automated shills better than what I can manage. I know that shilling is not really something anyone wants to hear, but... And, you know, I hate this part as a content creator, but it's gotta happen. So thanks for that. In about the next 3 minutes, we'll be taking a commercial break. We take those at the top of every hour. There will be a little timer above my head when that happens. When the timer starts, I will step away from my desk. I highly encourage everyone to take a break along with me. It'll make the break pass by faster for you. Grab a snack, grab a drink, get a stretch, or do something productive. Whatever fits your fancy. Or don't do anything. I'm no one's boss after all. But, you know, once that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. The commercial break really will pass faster than you think. Promise. Welcome on in, Quick Ranks. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. I just futilely failed to upgrade my Zonite set. I don't have enough Soldier level 2 horns, so I'm going to have to go grind those up in my off time. Other than that, we've been cleaning Addison signs today, and any like side adventures that we're going to be doing as well. Those are kind of our target goals today. But hopefully things are going well for you. Gordy Goku says, amen, brother. No one likes it but you. Fair enough. I guess we're kindred spirits in that regard then. Dark chocolate is truly some of the best. Mr. Jason says, oh, oh, nope, I've already read that. Whoopsie. Gordy Goku says, not being pushy or anything like that. No, you're good. Have you thought about TikTok? At least making maybe videos? I've thought about it. As much as I would like to, my issue with TikTok is twofold. Number one, most importantly, like this is the big issue, is I can't be certain what the stability of TikTok is in the US. It's waffling back and forth between being sold off, or being banned, or, oh, well, now it's not banned. I can't rely on... I shouldn't rely on tools that I'm not sure are even going to be there. So I try to sub that out for, like, YouTube Shorts. But the problem with YouTube Shorts is that they cannibalize... they cannibalize your algorithm, and so it's not a good idea to make too many of them. But to simply answer your question, I have thought about it. I just wish it were more feasible. The other issue I have is just, you know, since TikTok is still currently a Chinese-owned app, as far as I'm aware, and it does have connections to the Chinese government. Not Chinese people, Chinese government. Can't trust the Chinese government any more than my own, which is to say, nothing. So because of that, I already wouldn't trust a U.S. site. Don't want those wouldn't want malware from our own software. Why would I want Chinese malware instead? It's a security risk type thing more than anything. Grudukuku says sounds good. You were just wondering. Thank you. No problem. See you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of our commercial break, whether it is doing something productive or, you know, grabbing that aforementioned snack. But it could also even just be waiting for the end of the commercial break, as I have heard a few times now. Let's catch up on chat, and we will go from there. Nothing seems to have changed on YouTube. And thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you very much, good sir. And with that, let's get to making some signs. Let's get to helping this boy make his signs. So this is just it's one of these, is it? Okay. Actually, this could probably even be just put it across the middle like so. Slide it in. There. Simple T-frame. Works every time. Easy sign. I should have done this earlier. Mr. Jason says you also, oh, Mr. Coin, you also gained a hammer from Natalie as well recently. Nice. And Carly, you're collecting a few of those. Yes, Addison, get to work. Yeah, you're getting quite a few of those. Nice work. Getting hammers are not particularly... Getting a sword is hard work. Never mind getting a hammer. Because people really have to trust you if they're going to give you a hammer. Or I guess be desperate. That also works. But I usually don't like to think of that aspect of the deals we make. I prefer to think of them as, you know, you've built up rapport, or what have you. Yes, more sleepover tickets that don't give me pony points, because why would I ever... Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. Hammers are an important tool, but they should only be used in moderation. Ah, the triple entendre. Beautiful. Okay, that is another sign that I can lock down. All right, we're gonna be... Oh, I forgot to go grab cook pots. I was supposed to do that this morning. Oh well, we can make do off our clothes. Yeah, well, I'll make do off of the clothes that we have and nothing else. If people are wondering, what the heck am I doing? There is supposedly an Addison sign out this way toward the lookout, like the landing tower. Gordo Goku says you haven't used the sleepover tickets, but you thought it does give points. But I know that you would know. I'm pretty sure we can test that, you know, on our way back down from the interior of the Stone Grove region, which is where we're at now. We can test that out. I'm pretty sure you do not get pony points from that. I really should be more sure of myself. Hello, Addison. It's nice to see you. Ah, yes. This is a really slipshod sign. Unfortunate. So what? We put... two over here. God, dude, you're just so... I just can't with this man sometimes. Mr. Jason says you do not get pony points from a sleepover ticket. Mr. Jason can confirm that right now, Mr. Gordo Goku. Goody. I love not having to, like, do all of that. Okay, what is... Just, put this right around here. Nice. Okay, I guess we can do it like this, maybe. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be enough to where I can put something around the front, like this. That way it doesn't move forward. And now we can just talk to him from behind. Oh, never mind. Maybe. Gordo Goku says, cool, thank you. No problem. I'm glad Mr. Jason was able to be of service. All right, Addison. I'm going to use you to heft up your own sign. Let go. Yes, very, very quickly. I was worried that wasn't gonna work. Addison, go fix that. That's not a properly aligned sign. What the heck? Mr. Jason says that sign was feeling quite tilted. As am I. Ugh. It's just, it's such slipshod work. Is Addison, like, related to Hudson, like, via DNA or something? I sort of feel like he is. I'm just gonna go click on that. Yeah, I sort of feel like he is. I mean, the hair should give it away, but... You know, people can also copycat or imitate one another, so I could also believe that. In some capacity where Addison was just so impressionable that he wanted to look exactly like Mr. Hudson. But sometimes you gotta know when you can't, when people aren't going to be able to measure up. Like, people need to know their own limits, which is hard to do because Dunning-Kruger. Mr. Jason says some people have a headcanon that Addison was just really annoying, and so they sent him on a high-priority, important mission for the peace and quiet. You've mentioned this theory before, or this headcanon of yours, Mr. Jason. Absolutely. It's not that I don't buy it. I earnestly do believe that. I'm just also curious as to what the actual in-game reason is, if there is one. Because if there isn't an in-game reason, you're kind of left to speculate. I sure hope the ice fruit's not gonna matter here. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad you don't buy it, Mr. Coin. I'm not selling it. That got a laugh. I'll count that. Okay. So, we gotta once again support this thing from... It's probably not gonna fall over the way that he's holding it. So all we need to do is build an encasement from 3 sides. Which is like, what? We want this kind of over here. With... I'm sorry, Tulin. Good thing that's an avatar and he doesn't actually feel it. We're gonna put this over here. It works. It just works. Let's see, that is a wooden beam. Yeah, it is. All right. So what, we put this... I guess for this to make sense... How would this need to make sense, actually? Maybe tilting it more over this way would work. I definitely should not have built it the way that I did. There we go. At least that'll keep it from basically falling over that way, and then we just need a sign to do this. Mr. Jason says, but what you are selling is for the possibility for people to be informed. That's missing either an apostrophe or an E. That there's absolutely a website service which allows you to effectively create a website for your customized needs. without any prior experience or knowledge in building websites. Quadrilateral area. Quadrilateral area. Perfect. I'm not even gonna sure Jan that. I quite like my rebuttal to that. Beautiful. All right, Addison. Let go. There, it's standing perfectly still. Get to work. Quadrilateral, for those that just don't know what that word is a four-sided shape. Specifically, it is any four-sided shape. Square is a very specific quadrilateral. All squares are quadrilaterals. Not all quadrilaterals are squares. This makes me think of an old song, or like an old thing that I heard from a mod in Fallout 4, where someone managed to... It goes something like, na 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 na, not just a boring square. Mr. Rasby says, Mr. Jason says Mr. Rasby would be proud of you. Oh, absolutely. You could pretty much call that reference on repeat. Did you copy that down for easy reference? Just curious. I don't care if you did or didn't. It's funny either way. Let me not get my foot tangled in my own wires. All right, it's another... Is that actually sincerely all of them? It is. We're all done with that. At least in terms of the Picada region. Why don't we fly this puppy back over to the inn, and we can actually, we don't need to do that, right? Mr. Jason says you typed it this time, but you can add it to the Mr. Jason pre-typed messages depository. I mean, I kind of figured you would have. That just seems like a lot to type. Of course, it's more personal when you do that. It is more personal when you do that, but I also sort of figured not everyone wants to type that out every time you're making a Squarespace joke. I like quadrilateral area, though. If I'm wanting to poke fun at it, like, do it in the most mathematical way possible. Mr. Jason says, what do you mean, good sir? Mr. Jason absolutely loves typing novels. Speaking of novels, do you read any, Mr. Jason? Oh, guess if we're not going... Why am I going this way? I don't need to. Mr. Jason says you do not know. Are you generally... And I guess I can ask this to everybody. To, ask this out to anyone. Do you read novels? And if you do, how much and how often? Just curious. But to ask a different follow-up for Mr. Jason, because he's already answered that question kind of in full, are you more of an audiobook person? Do you prefer listening as opposed to reading? Like ebooks, that kind of thing. I'm more of an ebook person myself. Especially audiobooks. I'm more of an audiobook person. Although I do not own any audiobooks to my name, I mostly know what content mediums I prefer. I like using my ears, what can I say? Gordo Goku says you've only read 4 books. Yes, audio and reading. Nice. Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. Ooh. I've watched the movies. The Lord of the Rings movies. I've not read the books. I need some horns. Let's make a quick pit stop. And take care of our stragglers over here. Well, I can just knock you out, huh? Wow. Oh, and there are tons of spindly little sticks, too. Really nice. I will take the 3 of your finest sticks. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason enjoys manga. Ah, so you're a visual reader. Got it. You like pictures. Did you know there's an official manga book series for Animal Crossing New Horizons? I did not know that, no. That is interesting. For Animal Crossing New Horizons, that is known as Animal Crossing New Horizons Deserted Island Diary, good sir. I did not know that, actually. Gordy Goku said, Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason must lurk for a moment. No problem, Mr. Jason. Take your time. Gordy Goku says, as you've read the book, if you do like, as you have read the book, if you do like to read books, highly recommended and better than the movie. Oh, 100% agree. I should probably sit down and read it at some point. I know Tolkien's writing is fantastic, and the stuff contained in those books is supposed to be, you know, some of the best. Some of the best in the book writing business. Although with the digital age, I sort of fear that physical book writing is kind of going to go the... Oh, okay. On the one hand, it's going the way of the dodo, because why write when you can type? You know, why waste book printing materials that are going to be used for industry when you don't need to do that? On the other hand, printed medium, I think, is going to become... Give it like 5 years. Assuming we don't nuke ourselves to Armageddon in the meantime. But in 5-6 years, anything physical, anything real, is going to get a premium. Because it's easy to sell synthetic. It's easy to sell fake. That the look-alike has to be enough because the resources... I'm gonna stop right there. That's hilarious. Right there. Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. Freeze you two. Don't even think about it. Just don't. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat here. Gordy Goku says you're a hard reader and very slow, but you got it read in a summer. Nice. That is absolutely fantastic. When I did read as a kid, I largely read, and even as a college student, I largely just read for information. When I read, I'm used to doing it for information. I often don't read for pleasure. Don't have the time for it, trying to look or find something. Okay, I don't want to light up that stick of theirs. I want that stick. Ow. That hurt. Can I merge the elements? No, but I do hit them with both, which is good to know. I will definitely take that and just get rid of the pine cone. Gordo Goku says, well, the fun of it is different than the movie. Or it's different than the movie. Yeah, okay. I had to take a second and make sure I parsed that. Yeah, I mean, I guess in my case, it's more of, for me, it'll definitely be the, oh, this wasn't like what I saw. You know, why is it different? What did they leave out? I think that can be interesting. The Gordo Goku says the difference. Sorry, no worries. Gordo Goku says your ADD is real and it sucks. I hear you. I also probably suffer from undiagnosed ADD, and about the only reason I can stay focused is because, well, I've had to pretend to be functional for so long that I kind of don't know what the meaning of the word, or I don't know what the meaning of being attention like deficit in ways that are easily detectable is. Like, I've had to learn entirely through willpower, unfortunately. It kind of sucks. Turns out medical treatments and medicines for mental health challenges is important. And that kind of shouldn't be up for... people shouldn't need to pay money for that, in my honest opinion. Everyone expects the same basic functionality out of all of us. Whether it's ADD, bipolar, you know, being a spectral, being autistic, and so on. Everyone expects us to be functional. At the very least, we should get something. Like, society should be willing to kind of help pay the collective burden to make sure that people can do that. Otherwise, you shouldn't complain. People shouldn't complain when, well, the dysfunctional are, well, dysfunctional. At least it's how I see things. In an effort to not in an effort to not get on a soapbox, I'm going to refrain from commenting more. Just know that I have very strong opinions. Not everything is a marketable good. Not everything that is a good or a service must be marketable. There's some things that just need to be for public health and security more than anything. We're going to grab... want 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. Okay, this one is getting a... Oh, let me not do that. Let's grab a couple of these. Got a bunch of nice, relatively cheap to find weapons. And one more. That can probably be one of these. The Stalnox Horn's probably fine here. There we go. Gordo Goku says you love royal weapons. I do too. I think outside of the Gerudo ones, the royal ones are the best ones. You're often wanting to flurry rush anyway. And so because you're wanting to flurry rush, like pretty much as often as humanly possible, the royal weapons, just like they were in Breath of the Wild for very different reasons, continue to be very good, you know, in the sequel. It was just nice that we were given, oh, you literally want me... Oh, no. No, we already have this one, is what that is. Okay. Just gonna click that off. Any side adventures in this general area? No. Hebra is absent of that. Probably not side quests, but at the very least side adventures, which is what I care about today. Gordo Goku says in Tears of the Kingdom, the yellow royal weapon double the Oh. The yellow royal weapons double the damage in Flurry Rush. Oh, so, are you talking about when you fuse 2 royals together? like two pristines or two decayed ones with each other? That sort of thing? Or, is it something else? Okay, next one's like way up here. We can just fly straight. It's nice to be able to just kind of take my hand off of the controllers sometimes and just fly. It's nice to be able to do that. Gordy Goku says, no, you can fuse how you want, but the number times by 2 in a flurry rush. So yes, you're talking about damage. Okay. Understandable. No, I do not want to be followed by... is that a fixed one? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. We can just click and go from there. The next one is out over... Oh, it's at the Sternita Basin. Okay. Just gonna tilt up really, really hard. Oh, actually, oh, that was close. Okay, cool. We're not scraping the sides. I know this is kind of boring stuff, but you know, I am glad that people are sitting through it. Unlike the boss monsters, which I think I can get away with killing, you know, just don't turn in the medals, don't grab them. Addison, each Addison like sign is kind of unique. It really kind of compels its own solution. You really don't want to be just doing those off of the willy-nilly. That's kind of a problem. Right over this way. I remember doing this one. Yeah, we had to make like a... Yeah, we had to make a thing here. Okay. Glad I got that done. What about... Oh, there's one. That is the Hebra South Summit Caves. It's like out here. And I've already done my research. Addison will never be found anywhere but the surface. So we're not going to find him in Sky, for example. We're not going to find him in the depths advertising his services or advertising Hudson Construction. We're the only place we're going to find this stuff is on the surface, which I'm very happy about. I could not imagine having to track this man, this Hylian, all over Hylia's creation, from the sky to the core of the earth, to help him fix a bloody sign. That would be Korok's like 3.0, and I'm not sure how I would feel about that, other than be vehemently disgusted, I suppose. What can I talk about? Is there anything I can talk about? Well, I'll know in 2 days whether or not, you know, I can get health insurance. That's something I can talk about, I suppose. Something a bit more serious. We have a health portal here in the States. That health portal is used for... Gordagoku says black royals are good for riding the Lionels. Says it doesn't take damage while riding. For instance, the Black Royal. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. The Black Royal Guard Claymore with Silver Lionel Horn, you almost broke, and your damage is 208. Yeah, the damage is very high, but in exchange, the those weapons break very easily. Probably good for cutting through like a Lionel in short order, though, or even a Gleeok. I imagine you could cut through a Gleeok with just a couple of those. There's no way in heck. Oh, did I actually... Wait, wasn't this the stick it between two snowballs? I think this was the stick it between two snowballs. I can literally see it. Okay. Done. Done there. Now we can get out and head over to... we can head back over to the Lindor Brow region. Clean up a couple that I should have probably grabbed earlier. I'll probably crack a battery here too. But once that is well and truly over, we can start heading toward the mountains. Like the Typhlo area. Which will be good. Let me make sure I've not missed something. Let me not click an app errantly. Gordugook. Oh, I already read this. Where was I in our... Gordugokus is just using on riding Lionels. It won't break. Oh, I see. When you mount them for attacking? Yeah, I get what you mean. No matter the weapon riding the Lionel, it will not break that weapon. Understood. Understood. That's actually useful information. So I can just always have a high quality weapon. I should probably try to find one of those. Let's see. We're back in okay weather. So now we want to find this and use it. We're about to be back over in the region where I want us to be. So yeah, there's a portal. You have to use your identifying information, name, address, social security number, so on. Like that kind of identifying information. You have to put that stuff in to just to file an application for potential health plans. Never mind the insurance company rejecting you. That's like a whole different cup of tea. I'll know in 2 days whether I have the ability to do something about my mental health with assistance, or if I need to do something, you know, by myself for another year. Gordugoku says, I'm glad you understood. You're horrible at explaining things. I mean, I think everyone is fine at explaining things, but the ADD can make explaining things more difficult than it has to be. I sympathize with that. Having to have the perpetual focus. Oh, we went too far south. We need to go back up here. Having the perpetual focus, you know, like all the time, in order to try to remember everything that was said by every person for every moment in order to form some kind of rational or reasonable explanation really sucks. It really sucks. Well, it's quite taxing on the old noggin. I feel like I did this one on the way here as well. I did. Cool. You can knock that one out of the park. It's one I used to be able to do it pretty effectively in my 20s and my teens. But now that I'm an older man, or like a middle-aged man, I suppose, maybe not quite that old yet, my memory just isn't as sharp as it used to be. I've taken to writing more stuff down and I've had to double and triple check scripts just to make sure I've written something down properly. And if it isn't written down, there is a halfway decent chance I don't remember. If I don't remember information, I'm not offering suitable explanations for anything. That's just not happening. It's over here. The Addison we're looking for is over here. Gordy Goku says, you're 43 and it's just fun trying to adult. Is that fun, you know, like real fun? Or is that air quotes fun? Like, this is fun you don't want to have fun. Okay, cool. We can knock that out. Gordy Goku says not fun. I thought so. I absolutely thought so. We're not going to be in climbs for a while now, so we're good to wear the appropriate suit of armor. Gordo Goku says, dang it, stupid words get missed. Exactly. Although I figured you meant that for yourself. It's, you know, it's got a double usage, double meaning. It works in the general discussion case, too. Now, I did check some stuff out here. There's like one location I didn't check, and that's toward the Sanadin Park fountain, I think. Yeah, so I've had to write things down, and I know I'm in dire need of medication and therapy. I know I need those two things. I've been through enough stress that I could at least use it. I've been through 3 car wrecks, one of which I'm lucky that all that happened was my insides did not exactly quite stay inside. And the other 2, you know, I've had a pencil kind of like somewhat not shoved, but the pencils sticking through skin during car wrecks is not a thing you want to be looking at. No offense. Sorry for the like the semi-graphic description. But I've been through 3 car wrecks. I've had Gordy Coco says, glad you're good now. Thanks. I was a passenger in all of those. I wasn't actually driving for those wrecks. That doesn't make it better or worse. I guess I'm just describing my position during those. And the more traumatic wreck, I practically woke to a wreck, which is not fun. I probably should have just taken the hospital trip back then. I thought I was fine. Turns out I wasn't fine. Outside of the car wrecks, I've had bullying growing up, or I've dealt with bullies growing up. We all deal with them, but I think those negative experiences tend to sit with me longer, just given my mental makeup. Like the fact that I'm a spectral, the fact that I'm an introspective person, I'm kind of especially vulnerable to having personal past traumas cling to me. And for those reasons, therapy's important. Something I could have sorely used. Gordy Goku says you've wrecked maybe 3 or 4 times, mostly interstate, but just glad it was glass. Rash. Just glad it was glass. Rash was the worst you got. Well, that's good. Yeah, wrecks suck. I mean, I'm glad nothing more serious happened, and I hope everyone was all right. Wrecks are traumatic. They suck, but that doesn't mean especially for the person experiencing them. But I always try to take an opportunity to think about other people too. Gordy Goku says if someone goes to the edge of the road, it freaks you out still. Yeah, The wreck that the more traumatic wreck I had, we nearly T-boned a truck. And so now, whenever a truck is like approaching from the side, or, you know, we're driving straight and someone's kind of cutting it close to where I'm sitting, I do take a deep breath. I did used to gasp. I've gotten a bit better. I mostly take deep breaths. But I still take the deep breath. Gordo Goku says it was just you and all of them. That's good. At least no one else was involved. Gordo Goku says you kept falling asleep. You're better at it now, but it scared you for sure. Or it's scared or scarred, I guess would be my question. Maybe both. Maybe both. The other question is, if you don't mind sharing, Gordo Goku, since we're talking about this, since you kept falling asleep, do you have narcolepsy by chance? Just curious. I wouldn't have said or asked anything if I didn't see the words "kept falling asleep." I had like a distant cousin who was a narcoleptic. Died due to alcohol poisoning. And my sibling also occasionally suffers from narcoleptic fits. Okay. Gordo Goku says maybe both. Fair. And then they go on to say, no, you were overworked and shouldn't have been driving. Okay. Yup. It's almost like businesses should have like a place for people to sleep, so that if they can't drive because they're overworked, you know, then the employee can stay there and be safe rather than sorry. But what would I know about how to run a business? What would I know, America? I want you to answer me that. Okay, good. I'm glad I checked that. Just kind of going through. I know I did most of these. This is really just a matter of doing the flyby. And it's just a matter of doing the flyby, making sure I have actually done them and I've not been hallucinating. Let's see. I'll just heal up. Might as well. And I suppose this is just personal information about me, like my lived experience. I actually went to driving academy. I don't have my license yet, but I have gone to driving academy. And so I take my driving education very, very seriously. I take the rules that we were taught in academy very seriously. A lot of people in the States, I can't speak for elsewhere because I don't live elsewhere, but I know at least here in the States, specifically in like the 2 or 3 state area where I live, people think they own the bloody road. People think that they are owed the right of way, especially when they're already in violation of you know, several statutes or ordinances regarding these things, or otherwise policies. There are people that'll cut in, people that often just do a double lane and not think about it. I have people in my personal life who double lane all the time. That always scares me for a split second. I have people that failed to come to a stop and, at these stop signs for 3 seconds. Who fail to keep, and I watch people who fail to keep the appropriate distance from cars when there is driving. Let's stop a second and just let this recover. just people don't take people just treat driving like it's kind of just a thing you have to do, and instead of something that could get you killed. Gordugoku says, do you mind what region is like a 3-state area? Don't tell me where you are. Not safe, but an idea. Southeast coast of the United States, and not Florida. Not Florida. Not the state of Florida. I'm not that far south. I did a lot of my living in Georgia, and Georgia was where I got my, the state of Georgia was where I got my academy training done. I even got a chance to take a 4-day, like 4 training sessions with a coach to better solidify my driving skills. My speed isn't consistent, but I know what not to do. Honestly, I usually forget things more than... Sometimes I'll forget to put on a turn signal, and I'll catch it right when I forget to do that. I'm like, oh, well, I say sometimes. I've rarely missed a turn signal in like 4 years. Gordugoku says, cool. You don't mind? You're living in South Carolina, so we could be neighbors? Yeah, no, absolutely not. Not stating where, like, it's not safe. People are going to have to try a lot harder if they want to dox me than that. But I get what you mean. Yeah, we're in relatively the same 2-state area. That is as much as I will say. Yeah, I know we did this one. I remember, because this was one of the first times we did this. There's one over here on the road. I can't wait for the level 2 effect of whatever this is. And if we find, like, a place to, like... Gordugoku says, oh, you don't want me to say for sure. Fair. But like I was saying earlier, oh, this one I actually didn't do. This was over by the Rebene Bridge. Okay, cool. What do you want me to do, Addison? What was I saying? Right, I've had to swerve from people not securing their cargo properly. I've had people... you know, double lane to cut in front of me, just weird stuff. I've even been present when someone just did a 3-point turn in the middle of the street. Just an actual, honest to goodness, 3-point turn in the middle of the street. Okay, all we should need to do is secure this. There you go. Easy, simple. Easy T-frame. Go ahead and confirm that one. Don't worry, buddy. We're helping you do your job. So you can return home to Hudson and cause him problems. What was I saying? Oh, so obviously because I'm not a license holder, you know, I've had less experience than a lot of my peers, but a lot of the experience I do have, as well as the wrecks that I've survived, or have otherwise, you know, only been traumatized by, I hold those very close to heart. I've had family members and friends, you know, die from car accidents. I was thinking of something. I literally just brain blanked just now. Gordugoku says, you know of one streamer that said where he lived and the cops were called in the middle of the night. You don't want that for me. I appreciate that. Yeah. What I've said is as far as I'm going to go. I've had, people hack me, like, or not hack me, but like threaten to hack me on air before. So I take my security very seriously. Gordu Goku says, but yeah, your dad always said that everyone is an idiot on the road and trust him as such. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the coin tent. Thank you guys for sitting through that today. Really appreciate it. Let's just order this as well. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour, so in about 3 minutes from now we'll be taking another one. When that time comes, there will be a timer above my head, right up there, or at the top left corner, and it'll read 3 minutes. During that time, I'll be getting up and taking a stretch break myself. I highly encourage everyone to do the same. I'll just tilt that back around for a quick second. I highly encourage everyone to take the same break that I am. Get up, stretch, do whatever fits your fancy for those 3 minutes, or don't do anything. I'm not your boss. But at the end of those 3 minutes, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up where we left off. Really not much more to say than that. Welcome on in, AJ1212V. I will call you AJ if that is all right. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. And to answer your question, what I put an armor shard on my shield. So, some creatures have armor plating, which I will go and point out the shield in specific. I managed to get this particular armor shard from an armored Lionel. I literally fused the shield mid-fight, and this is how you get that. You literally just fuse any armor piece there. You can also fuse spikes to your shield if you go to the Yiga clan hideout. You will get something pretty similar from them. Not exactly the same, but similar. Welcome on in, Kayla Anderson, 7927. I think I will refer to you as Kayla Anderson, if that is all right. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are just cleaning up some Addison signs in the journey to clean up toward the end of the game. Before we tackle getting the last sage. And before we take our break, both AJ and Kayla, if you don't mind my asking, Kayla Anderson, sorry. How familiar are the two of you with Tears of the Kingdom? How much of the game have you played, if any? New to the game, beaten it once or twice, played a certain number of hours in it, but haven't beaten it. Just curious. I always try to ask my audience members this. You know, just to get a sense of where the audience's general interest is, as well as how to navigate spoilers and so on. Kayla Anderson says you beat it 6 times. Nice. We're working on beating it the like once. AG says you've beaten it twice already. Nice. We can chat more about this when the commercial break is over. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of our commercial break. Let me catch up on chat, and I'll be happy to keep this moving. Gordu Goku says nice. Gordu Goku then goes on to say you're working on your 3rd, but you're trying to get as much 100% on your first account. Fair. I'm looking forward to when we're going to be able to see the completion percentage in this game myself. Now, I want to do everything I can before we do that, but it'll be nice to see it. Kayla Anderson says, you liked? Thank you. I wish I could have an alert for that, but Twitch gets real antsy if I have alerts, other platform alerts on stream. I guess that's something else I should probably say. For those of you on Twitch and or YouTube, hi, I multi-stream. You guys can see each other right now. Not in the individual chats themselves. When I stream to Kick, I'll have when I start streaming over at Kick, assuming that my internet can hold on to that, we will have a multi-chat set up where everybody can actually see each other and respond in real time, but you guys can at least see each other on the screen. If you type something, someone on Twitch can see it, and they can type back. When they type back, it'll be on the screen. You can see it, and so on and so forth. So if you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free. Would I recommend a cross-platform conversation? No. No, not really. But that hasn't stopped people from doing that in here before. Welcome on in, Mr. Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time, and I was just about to explain that to a couple of our arrivals as well. Where did I see this? Oh, well, I literally did do this. We are in the midst of cleaning up Addison signs today, among other things. If there are side adventures for us to find in the Typhlo region, I will, of course, be very welcome to take those. But today's goal is, in fact, the Addison signs. One of my other goals today will be to, like, try to wrap around to Hateno Village to grab the final well that I had to take some time and try to find. I literally did just have to, you know, kind of sit and circle around to find these. Kind of stinky work, but it has to be done. Kayla Anderson says you need bubble gems. Ah, how many? Out of curiosity, how many? Four? Oh, good luck. That means there's 4 caves you haven't found yet in your current playthrough. And those can, some of the bubble frogs can be pretty tricky to find. Gotta look for hidden holes and all that fun stuff. But you told me you beat the game 6 times, so I'm mostly just prattling about the thing and not really trying to give advice. You know what you're doing. It's just a matter of doing. Yeah, oh, that was about to straight up kill me. Nice try, video game. Nice try, but not today. Let's check. I think we did this particular Addison sign before. Oh, hello. Yeah, indeed. Laughable. Gordo Goku says you don't know how many you have left, but you just got the headdress. Oh, you've got a good ways to go then. Okay, we did in fact do this one. Good. I can cross that off our list. There's like a couple more in the Typhlo region I want to find, and then we can kind of I'll try to start making our way toward Hateno so we can get that well done. In fact, once we do that, I think we're going to take a break from the signs and go do something else. Kayla Anderson says, LOL, indeed. Did you upgrade your armor? I've upgraded some pieces. If you're talking about the set I'm currently wearing, I've at least managed to upgrade it to level 1. Unfortunately, because of where I am in the game, I have a lot of late game parts, but I don't necessarily have the level 2 soldier parts from the Zonite constructs that I need to upgrade the rest of this to level 2. I love to do it, but I'll take the time off camera to farm the parts for that. Honestly, if I had this chest piece or this waist guard much sooner, it probably would have been at level 2 already now that I'm thinking on it, but that's neither here nor there. Kayla says 3 is 56 defense. Oh, yeah, like, yeah, that's a pretty nice defense boost. It's not soldier armor levels of defense, but it is pretty good. That is pretty good. That is nice defense. If you're wanting to wear a suit of armor for defense, soldier armor is best. But most of the other like medium type armors work pretty good in that category as well. I think, let's see, this is level 2. No, barbarian is like light armor. I'm trying to think of a medium armor set that works out better. I think the Flamebreaker would probably count. Do I have the Master Sword? Nope, not yet. We're gonna go grab that when we get ready to be done with all of our side quests, and not a moment before. We've already gotten the 4 sages, so I'm in the position to go get the Master Sword, but I want to clean up first. I don't want to get it quite yet. I've got a timing thing I'm trying to do with this. Is this? Oh, is he? He's underneath here, isn't he? Yeah, I have 4 out of what presumably would be the 5 sages. Oh, hello. Yes, I want... I'm not gonna get it, though. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Let's try to keep this down then, and looks like we need to head right rather than left. Gordu Goku says the soldier armor and the Zonite armor and the ancient hero aspect are all the same. 84? Ah, so you have your choice then. No armor set, super armor, or Zonite armor, or soldier armor. That's nice. Yeah, actually the upgrade pattern is the same. That makes sense. So like 4, 7, 12, 18, and then yeah. Probably like 27? Yeah, 27. 27. Nope. Not 27. 29? Hold on, I need to do a divisibility test here. Yep, that should be divisible by 3. So what that first digit is 2. And then 8. Okay, yeah, 28. So each of the pieces should have like 28 armor on them, if my math is right. In fact, I think I have a tier 4 piece I can use as confirmation. I do. Okay, cool. Oh no! Oh, I forgot these have limits. Why, video game? This, it feels like it's getting a hoverstone. Gordu Goku says you're not good at math. Fair. I'm okay at math. Doing quick head math is not the easiest thing in the world for me, but I can do it. Just don't ask me to, like, I don't know, take the square root of 5. I wouldn't be able to know. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Kayla Anderson's, that's rude. What's rude? What, the math? Or, like, the explanation? I'm just curious. Gordu Goku says, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, 28, 28, and 28. Yeah, I took entirely too much time to work out the divisions on that. Math is rude? I mean, math is the sort of subject that doesn't really care about the feelings. That's usually what I've been told anyway. I think math can be perfectly, like, perfectly empathic if you know how to do it. Okay, so at least we don't have to worry about it tipping over. Okay, I guess if we do it like this... Yeah, in fact, I need to assemble this, put it into the water, and then have an anchoring somehow. And I guess it's got to be this panel here. I guess a general question I could ask is, do you guys like math? I like math. I love math. Now, I was a former STEM major and I was a biologist, so, you know, I guess you could put some salt on me liking math, but... Okay, video game, I'm literally asking you to not do this. Oh my god. Yeah, that doesn't work. I need a way to, like, anchor this down. That might be a... Put, like, stack this on, like, 3 plaques or something. Do the game. Oh, I'm working on it. Hold on. There's got to be a way to make this work. Yeah, there we go. Make like a nice sandwich out of that. And then do this. This is pretty much our goal all day, at least for you know, as long as you know, that's what I've set out to do today, is just fixing all of these signs, letting Addison kind of do his job. Yeah, of course it's not going to work. Yeah, nothing is really anchoring it here like I want it to. But maybe I can, maybe it's stood up enough that now, if I tilt this around, I can... You just need to make sure it's not touching, like, fully in water. Kayla Anderson says, use recall. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep, we don't need this. Oh, well, it still actually has to be higher up. It's got to actually stay there, and then... Hold on, I have an idea. Oh, is there a rock in the way? Yeah, there is. That's not gonna do. Get that out of here. And 4. And then once we get it in position, I can use, like, recall. Like this. Oh, actually, this may work on its own. No recall required. Perfect. No recall required. Although the next time I see one of these, I will have to try that. Thank you, Gordo Goku. Thank you. What food item are you giving me, though, good sir? That's what I'm really curious about. Ah, I could actually use these. And the sleepover ticket. As a reminder, if you guys want to follow along as we are playing the game, you want to just see where I'm going, do feel free to type in, for you guys on YouTube, since that's the more active audience today, If you type in asterisk or star, that is Shift 8 on a standard US keyboard, like a standard QWERTY keyboard. Shift 8, so star, TOTK MAP, you will get access to the object map that has been graciously sourced by Mr. NK Plays. He's helped us out pretty much at the beginning of the journey. Thank you for the demonstration, Goku. Much appreciated. Oh, I need to make a new one of these because we're gonna run out mid-journey. But typing all that in will give you the hyperlink to the object map. It's a great tool. I've been using it to help me find Korok seeds, where Addison is farming pads for resources, how to farm, or where best to farm dragon parts, etc., etc. This thing is great, and it saved me a lot of pain during the Let's Play. It really has. Let's at least try to get up here. Ah, so close. So that's like what? Like an actual in-game day, maybe? Or like an actual hour's worth of time? I think that's about how long that lasted. Goku says, what? The bike runs out. That's new. That's correct. Yup. Your fans have 30 minutes, basically, to live, and then they wink out. Kayla Anderson's, can it show the... I'm not sure what that last word is. Would you mind, like, possibly respelling that word, please and thank you? I can make sense of everything else, just not that word. It's this one right here. No, that is incorrect. The calves. Can it show the calves? Oh, like the armor? I guess I could show those. Or no, you mean the caves. What you mean is caves, yes? Not calves. Calves is like... Calves doesn't make sense. We're talking in-game stuff right now. Yes, it absolutely can show the caves. Yes. So on the object map, there will be a little funnel icon in the top left. It looks like a funnel with a broken neck. You'll click on that, and that will bring you to your filter. That filter will show you all the things you can filter out by, and one of those is caves and wells. Unfortunately, it doesn't show just caves. If you get the caves, you get the wells. Period. Just full stop. But as long as you don't mind that, it absolutely can and does show caves. Very well. That took me a hot minute and a little bit of an assist, but I hope that's answered the question. Please don't hesitate to ask any more questions. Might as well answer them. Some other tools that I have access to would be if you guys type in asterisk or star works, you will get access to I'm pretty sure it's not Hyrule Engineering. It is the website that is linked inside of Hyrule Engineering. Let me demonstrate that. Yeah, so Hyrule Works, I use the Twitch version of the command, which has an exclamation mark. For YouTube, you use an asterisk. Hyrule Works is fantastic. I literally got the hover bike design right from this. Right from this site. You could probably also find it on Reddit/ Hyrule Engineering. You could probably find that pretty easily there too, but I used Works. It's specifically for blueprints. Gordu Goku says, you're so sorry, you just don't understand. You want to help though? No worries. Kayla Anderson says you can send a link to the bit rate, or I assume it's like an interactive map. And no need for that. The object map is good. Like, I did use an interactive map before this. The object map is way better for everything that is not tracking quests. If you need to track where a quest is, then an interactive map would be better. Oh, and I guess I'll demonstrate this for YouTube as well. Mostly what I have are links and information. Do feel free to check this out on your own time, of course. No rush. No rush at all. But Hyrule Works and r/Hyrule Engineering has literally saved my bacon more times than I can count. Gordu says you've been lucky finding YouTube videos that go one by one. That's fair. A lot of blueprints are available on YouTube too. You can literally just Google that. That'll probably get you what you're looking for. Like, I'd say about 8 times out of 10, honestly. Hyrule Works even has your Zelda Notes users covered. If you guys use the Switch 2 version, Hyrule Works covers that too. It's great. Some of them even come with like actual blueprint viewing mode, so you can see the positions on how things are supposed to be tilted and twisted and so on. Hyrule Works is awesome. You just gotta... It requires a little bit of... You gotta know how to use your search prompts. If you know how to use search prompts, you will probably be able to get things working for you. But no worries, Gordu Goku. No worries to anyone. This is why I have these resources collated in links and commands and all that stuff, so that if people want to go and look at them, you know, they can. I did this with Liza P. I did this with Steel Rising. I did this when I played Elden Ring, Reforged. You know, I wanted to make sure people had hyperlinks. I wanted to make sure people had access to resources, so if they wanted to look at the game I was playing, or what mods I was using, or what my intentions for something were, I probably have a command for that will straight up tell you in fewer words than I normally typically use when I'm speaking to people. Let me make sure I'm in the right position, because I fear I am not. Kayla Anderson says, you're very cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is this like... No, it should be just a little bit past where we are. Yeah, I can see the building supplies. Okay. I definitely don't remember being back here. And I'm right. There he is right here. Oh, really? You just get a bunch of... Oh, except yep, uh-huh. You gotta do it like this. Oh, except I need to actually build this first. You're playing too? That's awesome. That is always nice to hear when people are playing along with you, so you can like compare experiences together, or, you know, if there's something that I'm stuck on or that you're stuck on, you know, if I've played it before, we can try to help one another. I find side-by-side playthroughs with streamers very endearing. So I definitely appreciate that. Okay, so we can like do this. Oh, except this has to be straight up on its own. Gurdagoku says, you too, Talus hunting? Nice! All we get are beams, so I think we literally have to do this. And literally stand these on top of each other. Oh, well, except there's like a problem, and that problem is... Hold on. No, that's not gonna work. We need to stabilize the sides, maybe? And this might take me a second to think of. Kayla Anderson says they have a gold horse. Nice. Yeah, I also have one. She's sitting in storage, I'm pretty sure. Right in the stable. I know exactly where she is. Wonderful horse. I don't use horses much in Tears of the Kingdom, just because of the fact that you have Zonai vehicles, you're kind of expected to drive places rather than... We could literally do this. Just type it like so. Just make sure the angling is right. Like this. Okay. So now we just need... except that doesn't really work. Okay, what can I get rid of here? To, like, keep this thing from falling over onto the side. Gurdagoku says you got to keep the white horse from Breath of the Wild. It's really neat. Yeah, I did not know that. I did not know in the beginning that this game did check for previous save history. So I very much also thought that I had to start from scratch. It wasn't until I turned in a couple of horses and I actually checked like the like my stable that, oh yeah, my horse is carried over and I didn't have to do that. Which is kind of cool. Kayla Anderson says, you have Zonai armor? Yep. This is definitely not gonna work, like, at all. Let's try. Never mind. I definitely over-engineered this one for sure, but... Get to work, Addison. I'm not paying... No one's paying you to stand around. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you, good sir. I hope that nothing has challenged your ability to simply exist or simply be. And I hope that you are well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. I just hilariously over-engineered a solution to a problem. Outside of that, we've been helping this guy do his job pretty much all stream. Addison, what food item are you giving me? I'll take it. All right, sucker butt. Thank you, Kayla Anderson. Much appreciated. Mr. Rasby says, if your programming journey could be described in one word, it would be over-engineering. Yeah, so we were given a... I can't exactly show it. Oh, except I kind of managed to demonstrate it a little bit. So our goal was to take this very badly made sign and hold it stable so that Addison could put in the finishing touches, more or less. and you were supposed to stick a wooden column inside this, well, construction of signs. And I can't exactly, like, describe it, but it didn't have these bits of rope. It was literally just this single solitary stick with 4 signs, and Addison was having to hold it. So I literally had to secure the sides. This part that was going to be sticking into that hole was easy, but making sure that it didn't tip over to the left or right, you know, and fall was, well, a challenge. And I kind of made a hackney solution. Kind of looks like a house if you think about it. Very well. Yeah, I'm definitely very guilty of over-engineering things in this game. Kayla Anderson says they got their bubble gem. Nice, nice. Congratulations on that. So that's what, 3 left to go, right? Only 3 bubble gems left to find. Ah. Mr. Resby says, yeah, it's just how the brain is wired. That is true. That is true. Kayla Anderson says, no, 2 bubble gems. Ah, you told me you had 4, so you must have found another one, you know, during the time you've talked to, or since you've talked to me then. That's totally fine. I was just curious. Mr. Resby says the last Korok was found, it seems. That it was. Episode number 92, in fact, is when that happened. I will never forget that episode number either. Specifically episode 92, because I literally had a... I literally put up a thumbnail of Hestu being burned alive with, like, the singed eyeball, like, gimmick that you see in cartoons sometimes. Oh, I enjoyed that thumbnail. I will never forget. And the last Korok, Mr. Raspy, since you inquired about it, in Terrytown, there's a bell. There's like a fountain. There's a bell attached to like a fountain fixture, right? You had to ring it. You had to ring the bell to get the Korok. There are only 2 puzzles where you have to ring a bell in Tears of the Kingdom. Mr. Resby says your witch burning homies celebrated that. I mean, what can I say? I have an affinity for hating woodland sprites. I mean, okay, I don't have an affinity for hating woodland sprites. I have an affinity for hating Koroks. I like the idea of them, but I hate the execution. Both my sibling and I pretty much have not exactly the same conclusions, or like the same opinion, but regarding music, or I'm sorry, regarding the Korok seeds, but we both generally think that there are just too many of them. At most, there should have been 300, and they should have been like shrines. Mr. Resby says, yes, that was Terry's bell. Terry Toronto, the music producer's bell. Yes, and it calls for, like, I did an ADD and blanked there. Whoopsie. Kayla Anderson says, what did they do to you? They exist. Oh...
Oh, give it a rest.
No, I'm kidding. In all seriousness, too many. See, prior to Tears of the Kingdom, I came from Breath of the Wild, where I had mostly 100%ed the game. There's 0.58% that would disagree with me, but we're not here to talk about that. And there were 900 Koroks in that game. And it took me a long time to find them. I had 15 that I had to go and search around again after using the exact same object map is available for Breath of the Wild as well. Wow, I can't tell you how annoying it is to track all the Koroks, realize you missed 15 of them, and then have to, like, do what I did this year or last year in manually untracking everything and retracking everything. That is very annoying for 900 of them. Now, you add 100 more of these little suckers. 100 more of these little suckers, and they come in pairs, and I didn't miss a pair. I missed 2 individual Koroks. One of 1,000 was a random rock I failed to look out for. Over here. Right over here. Specifically here. Right here. Did not lift. And the other one is this bloody thing, which hid under the icon. Look, you can't even see it. You have to literally zoom in to see this. Super stupid. So no, I'm butthurt and I'm mad about having to find 1,900 of these suckers and having to do the scout around, look through every region once or twice just to find the random one that I didn't see on my object map again. Yes, I am mad. This should not have been the play experience for getting 900 or 1,000 of them. So, to Kayla Anderson, if you wonder what these things did to me, they cost me my sanity. At least a little bit of it. I'm in laughing fits. That's how much less of my sanity I have. Mr. Rasby says, I bet nobody can't convince you that there are too many. Yeah, no convincing required, right? Mr. Rasby says, goes on to say, Monk of Christ. The thing that definitely doesn't show up for me, because my OBS Twitch panel does not have 7TV on it. Because, of course, that happens. Mr. Rasby says, last Korok took a whole gear. Okay, you're right. The last Korok, having to find these last 2 Koroks has been a fixture for about 2 weeks. More or less. But ever since last month, I had to find those. I had to find those 2. Mr. Resby says, yes, sounds like some caveman describing some past experience. Yes, it was around that rock over there. It was around that rock over there. And I wanted to take the nearby rock and smash the Korok on the head with it. And say, stop pranking Hestu, you smelly piece of garbage. I don't know. Gordo Goku says, LOL. Yes, certified coin crash out. This happened. Yes, I'm upset. It shouldn't have happened. It didn't have to be this way. It literally did not have to be this way. We didn't have to have 4 games of scat joke. Because hee poop funny. Which is really what this is all about. All of this emotion will be coming out. All this malding will be coming out in the video essay. You guys just watch and wait. It will be happening. Nice. I'm glad that this was one that I needed to go do. I'm gonna probably steer toward I'll probably steer toward Hateno in a second. Mr. Rasby says, it was Mr. Rasby. It was. Mr. Rasby says, Dev, adds a bunch of cool collectibles so wherever you go, you find stuff. Why not add a lot? It's pretty obvious they're not meant to be collected since you get no meaningful reward for it. Players. Oh, I'm sorry. Nintendo did a bad with this game and gave me rewards for half. It gave me rewards for finding half, which would be inventory upgrades. It's not like you get nothing for finding them. You get something, and then they stop giving you something halfway and make you find the rest. Kayla Anderson says one more. Good work. Here's to hoping that last bubble gem is found pretty quickly then, huh? Mr. Rasby says, yes, someone put a gun to your head and asked for the last Korok to be found. No, no one put a gun to my head. I'm very aware that I signed up for hell. The issue is that I'm a 100% Let's Play channel. That's kind of my shtick. I was doomed, or I wasn't doomed to find it, but I'm put into the position where I have to go find it, because otherwise, what's the point? Pick a different game. Also, at kind of just as a reminder, you guys did vote for this. Maybe not everyone voted for it, but people definitely voted. Like, people voted to see Tears of the Kingdom. Like that happened. Kayla Anderson says, what is that number or that name? Mr. Resby says, did people vote for 100% when it comes to the Koroks? No. No, not at all. People did not vote for that. People just voted for the game. The one with a channel gimmick to follow is me. So I know that I am signing up for hell. I am very keenly aware of that. Mr. Resby says, thank you for the assist score to Goku. That number underneath my webcam is the joke and pun counter. People can make jokes around here, and if they do, they get one of these. Or some other soundboard effect I have on hand. And then I increment the counter like so. If I make a joke, I get this.
Sure, Jan.
And I don't count it. I'm a bad jokester. Thank you for the assist score to Goku. Yes, that's what that number underneath my webcam is. Kayla Anderson. Welcome on in, Aylin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Aylin says, playing Machine Gun Go Burr. Oh, you must be playing the game you were mentioning yesterday again. I hope that's been going well for you. Why do you have to be like this game? All I want to do... the hill is supposed to make it difficult. Hang on. Let's do it like this. And then we can stick this. Really? Oh, none of my usual, like, tricks are gonna work here. Because of the hill. Alan says, yes, you're meaning the USSR for planes. Nice. That makes sense. You've come in at a good time, of course, Alan. We are cleaning up Addison signs, and I found a kind of pesky one to have to deal with before we make our way over to Hateno to finally get that last well I was missing. Mr. Rasby says, ooh, jokes and puns? I never actually knew. I knew one was jokes. Yes. Mr. Resby says Edison signs, also known as Thomas. Yes. Thomas Edison signs. And that man there is Thomas Edison with the updo. Very clearly, you know, with his head cut in a bowl cut. Alan says, and you're meaning the U.S. for tanks, or maining the U.S. for tanks? Oh, so you can main different, like, armies for different kinds of, like, battle machines? Or, like, battle vehicles? That's cool, I guess. Not my cup of tea, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Mr. Resby says his friends were calling him Tommy. His friends were calling him Tommy. Ah. That's... Yeah, I can't say that is not unexpected. I'm sure all of the famous people in history also went by names just as much as, you know, we do today. Oh, what am I doing? Wait, you can literally do this. I didn't realize I'm being obstinate. You don't have to do that. You don't have to stick it all the way through. You just need to put it in through this hole. Okay, that makes life significantly easier. It just took me entirely too long to realize that that's what you could do. And Aelin says you're not one of the 3 people that play naval battles, so yeah, fair enough. Oh, so there are different kinds of skirmishes. That makes sense. Kayla Anderson says, you got them? Nice. I definitely meant to put that in here. There we go. We just turn this puppy around. And if we could probably stabilize it, if we just keep going like so. And okay, can I like cheap out here? You've returned, good sir. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Welcome back. We're continuing to do the same thing you left off on, working out these signs. Yes, Addison, get to work. Mr. Raspy says, indeed, that's what she said. That's what they all say. Mr. Jason says, what kind of conversation did I miss? Oh, no. Guaranteed to make certain classes of people very upset. Let's see. We had a couple people come in and on YouTube and start talking about the games they're playing. You missed the conversation about myself and another chatter talking about the wrecks we've been in and the types of like personal history we have, blah blah blah. And then that's really about it. The rest was just me literally doing signs. Mr. SB says, what politically related talk did we rant about? No political rant talk today. I would like to keep it that way, if at all possible. Because, I mean, not that world events and current affairs aren't important. They are. Just, I'm not sure I could hold back if we started talking about something super serious. Also, I feel like everyone's governments are going to be watching earlier. Congratulations, Kayla Anderson. You got them. You need 5? What do you need 5 of? Mr. Rasby says, or Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Rasby, you did advertise a certain web building service earlier. He did. It's called Quadrilateral Area.
Sure, Jan.
It's against the law.
Very well, Mr. Rasby. Thank you for the redemption on that. That's a pretty easy one. I'm just not going to talk about those things then. There are also a number of there are also a number of other words that I could use to describe those structures in which people are in charge of. Mr. Rasby says this time not to make coin's sake accidentally, but to keep non-political talk. I appreciate that. I hate that you had to spend 10,000 points for that, Mr. Rasby, but it is what it is, I suppose. Mr. Resby says, yeah, you had a gun to your head. You were forced. No, you weren't forced. Like, no free will whatsoever. No, but what stimulus did you have then? What prompted, what was the biological prompt you had for doing that? Because, you know, free will is a hotly contested topic in philosophical spaces. Oh, it's about that time already. Hot diggity darn. But, you know, time really flies when you're building signs. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys very much for sitting through that. We do take commercial breaks here at the top of the hour. Thank you guys so much for hanging with me so far. Really appreciate it. At the top of the hour, in about 4 minutes from now, there will be a timer above my head. It'll read 3 minutes. During that time, I'll be up and away from my seat and stretching. I highly encourage us to take a break together. Stretch, grab a snack, get a drink, or whatever. Do whatever, really. It's your 3 minutes. I'm no one's boss. But once those 3 minutes are up, I will be back at my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off, doing, well, relatively fun things, I suppose. I'm not sure building signs with Addison really qualifies, but you get where I'm going with that. Let's see, Mr. Rasby says, a random electrical shock thinking it'd be funny. Fair. Fair. Mr. Rasby says, oh, well, before the ad storm was not a great timing. I agree. That's my fault. I should have realized the time and not asked the question until after the advertisement was finished. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, all right, stretch, grab drink, grab snack. We'll follow those instructions judiciously. We'll not skip any of those steps. Definitely not skipping any of those steps. Oh, that's on you, good sir. Mr. Jason says, I would do those exercises, Mr. Coyne, but it feels like a stretch. Too true. Gordukoku says, at least you noticed it this time. Yeah, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. Look, I hate that part of advertising. I don't like doing it. Nobody likes doing it. I'm very keenly aware of every YouTuber, every streamer says it. Why? Why? It's so annoying. Well, I mean, if you're doing let me make sure I'm not. I feel like I've missed signage. Surasby says, every YouTuber says it. Why? It's so annoying. We have to. We literally have to. The retention heuristics and algorithm and analytics show that if you don't say it, people literally don't do it. People literally don't do it. Kayla Anderson says, I am bees. Is that bees, beezy, or busy, or something else? I'm just curious. Stressby says, oh, you grabbed the words right out of your mouth right after you said it yourself. The order of these events, it is surely as described one message before. Right. Busy. Okay, so yeah, of course, everyone's busy. We're all busy, absolutely. And thank you for the clarification, Kayla Anderson. What was I saying? Yeah, I hate shilling, but like I said, the analytics literally show that people don't do it. It's why you'll hear, you know, people say, "Oh, only a certain percentage of you are subscribed or whatever." Yeah, that's why like people literally do that. I actually am probably going to need these. Yeah, I probably didn't get what you were trying to say, Kayla Anderson. I am very sorry about that. We'll have to catch back up after this commercial break. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you got something you wanted out of your commercial break, even if it is just the end of said commercial break. I got my 3 minutes of stretch time, so I'm very happy about those. I wish I didn't have to serve 3 minutes of ads either. That's something else I'll say is I hate doing that. But I only ever play ads at 2 times. One is, you know, the commercial break we just took. The other is if I think I'm going to be away from my desk for more than 10 seconds, I would probably throw up a 30-second ad. That's it. If I'm not there, you know, that's when I throw up an ad, because my understanding is that people, if they know that it's coming, can tab out and not watch the ad and other stuff. Let me catch up on chat before I even just do anything else. Mr. Rasby says, under 100% of you are subscribed to Coin. Indeed. And that's a real shame. Subscribe now. Mr. Rasby says, good night. Oh, are you on your way out the door then, good sir? In that case, I do thank you for being able to stop by, Mr. Rasby. Your presence was very much appreciated, as always. I do hope I can see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if not, for whatever reason, I don't see you again. You know, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, well, we're going to continue working on signage. Kayla Anderson says you can't sub on YouTube, right? You should, I'm trying to think of a circumstance in which you would be unable to sub. I know if you have like a YouTube Kids account, you can't comment. But you should be able to subscribe. Let me do a quick check. Okay. You are 11? Well, then I'm probably going to say, well, first, I now have to really watch what I'm talking about. Your mom won't let you? Smart. Smart of her, as far as I'm concerned. Because this is supposed to be 18 plus. Like, these streams are not marketed for children in the slightest. Like, I'm not going to boot you out or anything, but just be aware that this is supposed to be an adult-friendly space, and your mom may or may not, upon hearing this, decide to have you go elsewhere for entertainment. No worries, Kayla Anderson. This is like what? Put that here. Yeah, what? Put that there. And then doing it like this should keep this from tilting over. Right? Something like this. And same thing here. Wow, this is like a super hackney. Oh, I also realized what I just did, which is why it's so hackney. Let's try this. Kayla Anderson says it's okay, your mom's okay with it. Very well. Main thing is you know, I don't want your mom to feel like, you know, this is a space you can't be in, or anything like that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you've sent an important DM. I'll take a look at it. Un momento, per favore, everyone. Okay, I have DM'd. Alan says what he's saying is if your mom doesn't like people saying the F word, yes. Right. So if we if cussing starts happening or other serious conversations, you know, people should, like, this is a place where adults talk. We could talk about very real world things, which I'm going to try not to allude to them, but again, it's just I don't want your mom to be upset with anyone because we've talked about something that maybe perhaps should not be spoken of in front of children. That is all. In fact, I think I'm getting important communications, so I do apologize for tabbing out with my attention this way. I just want to make sure I'm paying attention to those. Let's, I think after this sign, we're going to take a break and go deal with some of those gloom hands and some of the other things I've marked on the map to do. I think we've done enough signage today. What are you giving me, Addison? What's up, Mr. Jason? There's no sign of this ending. Too true. We're gonna be doing cleanup for a while. We're gonna be doing cleanup for a long while. I know we can still technically clean up after the mainline quest, the mainline quest stage that we're on. I'm very keenly aware of that. However, you know, I don't want to get into the scenario where it is only, you know, cleanup, like, afterwards. We've spaced out the cleanup about as far as I reasonably can without, as far as we can without, you know, like, back-ending it all into the back half of the game. Or, like, after we've done everything in the story and it's all just cleanup. That's boorish. I like to be able to break things up a little bit so that there's not too much of this. How much is too much? Well, probably at least 6 or 7 episodes is bordering. Kayla Anderson says goodbye. Thanks for your... Oh, no, not a problem, Kayla Anderson. Not a problem. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you. And I will also, you know, say that to your mom as well, assuming she's right there. Thank you both for stopping by. I do hope I can see you both again sooner rather than later, and perhaps in circumstances that are less geared towards adults. Like, ideally, but otherwise, if I don't see you again, Kayla Anderson, do stay safe. Take care of yourself, and rest well. Alan says, how many episodes? Remember, there's an 11-year-old here. There are 96. 96 episodes is how many we're up to now. If I had to peg a guess on how many more I think we could see ourselves doing... oh, you meant that because of the forbidden number, didn't you, Alan? What was that? Was the forbidden number why you said that? And while that's happening, I'll explain. This here is the last well. We just apparently never went into it. We just never explored it. I missed it during discussions. Mr. Jason says we do need a minimum of 4 more. Mr. Coin, good sir, 4 more what? 4 more signs? You want 4 more signs? Oh, no, you mean episodes. You mean episodes. Yep. I just realized what we were talking about. Yep. We gotta make it a good even 100. Well, we're gonna go well beyond that. We're probably gonna end up pulling a Chugga Conroy here and having like a 100 and 25 or 137 episode Let's Play. I could just see that happening. Ooh, looks like our wheat is ready. Just take all this beautiful Tabanthan wheat. I didn't mean to hit you, Uma. Sorry. Yeah, no forbidden number here. You know, it's really nice to be able to say 69 without people without children, you know, commenting on it. So this here is the well. I'm gonna go ahead and unmark it now. And if you wanted to farm hot-footed frogs, this is a space to do that in. Right here under the well. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. There's lots of stuff to find in here. No, I messed that up a lot. What other fun facts have I picked up during my off-camera hours that I'm sure everyone else knows, but somehow I probably seem to have missed them? Ah, yes. I have learned, I hope the game doesn't make me out to be a liar right here, that if you have a luminous stone hammer or anything like that, or like a luminous stone mallet, your ore just breaks in one hit. I didn't know, like with other stone talus hammers, you need 2 hits. Or like any two-handed weapon, you can, Oh, I didn't actually see this hole before. I didn't even know this hole existed. What's in here? This has got to connect up somewhere. Might as well swap this up here. Mr. Jason says, you've had many people suggest that Mr. Jason streams, although your moderator list would be a lot more exclusive, good sir. So far, it would just be myself, Carly, and Jamie. But Mr. Jason probably won't stream. I don't know, how many people can you hold a conversation with, Mr. Jason? How many people can you effectively, like, hold a conversation with? Because if that answer is like, I don't know, something to the tune of less than 10. I struggle at 8, by the way. You're not going to be able to stream very well. Also, if you're not capable of splitting your attention for even like a second, I struggle with it sometimes. Streaming is probably not going to turn out well. You might make new friends, but if your concern is like sustainability or longevity, you're going to have a problem with that. Everyone's going to tell you to stream, but no one's going to ask you whether or not you should. You have to ask that for yourself. Mr. Jason says not many. Then I think it's going to be easy at first, the streaming, while you're streaming to nobody. But the second that you get like 8 or 10 or 20, you're going to find out real quick whether or not you're really capable of doing that. And that isn't to like downplay your ability or anything. This is just stuff I didn't ask myself until it had already happened. Like, it just didn't happen. Mr. Jason says, if only there was an organization that could assist a brand new streamer, Mr. Coin, there is. It's the TCC. And it's something that I'm part of, and Mr. Jason here is the owner of that server. We're in the business of trying to help other streamers out as much as we reasonably can. Oh, I'm being dead serious. We're currently working on many new proposals that will hopefully further push us in the direction of helping out folks as much as possible. Especially for those that often do like struggle in other areas in life. I think a lot of us at the TCC would agree in saying that we don't think streaming should be one of them, at least from the perspective of, you know, getting yourself out there or having to market yourself. I think we could help with that. So we're working on the drafts for we're working on the drafts for many such proposals. What is this? Oh, I can tell they're... Do you guys know you have horriblins in your well, Mayor Reese? I'm not sure you do. Also, does this break sediment in one swing? Probably not. Mr. Jason says if you got a compliment from Alan, you're content. Very well. Yes, those are kind of rare. Take them where you can get them. Yeah, I appreciate the assist on the plug. I'm kind of bad at that. I should be plugging the TCC more. It's the kind of reason, like, my failure to plug people is kind of why I sort of fell out with my old streaming network. I still have links to their stuff in honor of that, but I definitely do not... I'm not that great at plugging. I just often get distracted by other conversational topics. Not to mention... Oh, sure, we can do it like this. Hilarious. Love that. Don't even think about it. You want to go for a hell ride? Fine. Just destroy that. We have a nice, readily clean, usable stick. Beautiful. Just fantastic. But yeah, I've fallen out with my... somewhat fallen out. I still have the connections. I still know the people at Ob10 Network, but I don't have... There's no camaraderie there just because I never plugged and never maintained connections. I feel bad about that. But eventually you just have to realize that the answer is to, like, move on or, you know, connect with them as people more than anything else. I've gotten what I came here for, which was in fact getting that last well, so let's get out of here and turn that in. And we can finally be done with that incorrigible side quest. Then after that, I think we'll turn in the quest regarding the tablets that we need to take pictures of. And then, well, I'll take you guys to the depths where some other stuff is for our last 40 minutes. Okay, so our quest giver is in here. Okay, nothing else there. I just wanted to be sure the communications were finished for the moment. All right, lady. These are your last 2 wells. Take them. Wells hold systems of life that are quite special, full of plants and creatures not seen above ground. Caves are dimly lit. Maybe that's why. Lots of creatures in them have their own illumination, like the glowing cave fish. Huh? Do you happen to know of more well locations? I'd love to know about them. Sure. Here's the last 2. Ma! Thanks, so 2 of them this time. I'll give you 10 rupees per location. That's 20 rupees total, all yours. Wow. With that, you've told me the locations of all 58 wells in Hyrule. This is something I made when my love for wells was really brimming over. Oh, this game did a funny. It doesn't go on the joke counter, though. Take it as a gift from me. All's well. What the heck? Wow, this game loves making jokes, doesn't it? To thank you for finding the locations of all the wells in Hyrule, Farah awarded you this beautiful model of a well encased in a glass sphere. Alan says you're gonna play Valorant. Very well. Enjoy your Valorant. I think, has that been getting I wonder if that's been getting a resurgence lately. I've heard mentions of the game on a few more lips than usual lately, mostly in conversations regarding live service games. More than anything else, like, should live service games even be a thing? And it's often pointed to as like a game that got an initial good reception, but like failed to keep its audience, blah blah blah. Mr. Jason says yes, Mr. Coin knew what it was called. Yeah. Yes, I did. Gordo Goku says, interesting. Is that a well in a globe? It is. It is. It's a little well with a roof over it with a few trees in the background, and it's got some snow inside a glass sphere. Truly, thank you. Now my dream of seeing all these wells feels so much closer to reality. I hope to set off on a journey to visit them all. You told Farah the locations of all the wells in Hyrule. She was delighted and said she intends to set out on a journey to visit all of them. So we got the paraglider fabric for visiting all the caves. We got the globe for getting all of the wells. We've got the... let's see, we got the Earthwake manual for going through the Yiga clan hideout or headquarters in Gerudo Canyon / the Highlands. We've got lots of Yiga schematics. We got lots of things. And of course, medals and poop as commemorative tokens. You gotta love it here. I did mean to show you guys this earlier, but I can do it now. We're going to quickly talk to Greylands, and I'll show you guys how much work I have left to do before we are done with killing the monsters. Mr. Coin, or Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, whenever you experience a really nice conversation, you like to cherish it and take a screenshot. You had to go into my view to get a screenshot of your hashtag shameless plug. Oh, no, wait a second. Hashtag shamless plug. No sham wow in that plug. I'm kidding. I figured you probably meant shameless plug. It is in fact a shameless plug. Sorry, I was just having fun with that spelling a little bit. Hello, and thank you for your hard work. Oh. Yeah, Greylands. Tell me all the stuff I've already sussed out as is, because counting. Oh. Stone taluses. Oh. We have 4 taluses. I gotta go find these puppies. And I'm pretty sure I've killed all the ones in the depths. Or I feel pretty confident that I've done that. I'm probably gonna have to ask or go search the areas I've already been to. Oh. Our squads out on expedition report that currently 6 Hinox remain. Oh. No, those are big monsters. I want unusual ones. The sky giants. 12 flux constructs remain. And then the huge silhouette. 4 Froxes. Okay. So I still got some work to do, but we're in single digits on a lot of these. So with any luck, I will be able to give you guys these medals or show you guys these medals tomorrow. Etc, etc. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, a lot of people have inquired about you streaming. Goku says, wow, that's not bad. Hard to find them now. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to double and triple check them again. Just like I did with the Koroks. Just like I did with the wells and the caves. But, I'll do it. I'm gonna grit my teeth and do it. And hopefully by tomorrow, there will just not be anything left to worry about. And thank you for the GGs. Yeah, I kind of wondered myself, but I thought better of asking. Personally, how do I word this? It's not that I don't think you wouldn't be a capable streamer, Mr. Jason. I just think all it would take is one bad actor, and you'll find yourself in a situation where I was in, where, you know, you had someone come in with your personal information or with the personal information of your friends and family, threaten to hack you, and I think you would know what to do, but I don't know if fear would not play some role in keeping you from acting right away. I think people would take advantage of that. A lot of people have taken advantage of me at the beginning. I had to learn. I had to go through social scarring of sorts in order to handle people online. And again, I'm not trying to say you haven't gone through that scarring yourself, or anything. I just, I also kind of don't think streaming is your style. You just don't seem like the type to me, more than anything. You seem more at home moderating than you do streaming. Me personally. Then again, the scarring required to handle people online is not really something I would ask other people to go through. I'll point out again the scenario of, oh, I was a raid lead like over 15 years ago, or like 12 years ago, or whatever, and, you know, having to keep people's dirty laundry. I literally had to, hold back an affair. I had to deal with people infighting. And I literally, as a younger man with perhaps less than the necessary life skills required, attempt to get people to respect me because of my performance and what I believe in. And as a spectral with social cluster symptoms, that is very hard to do, because you want to assume the best in people, and your naivety will block you from realizing that people will often make jokes at your expense. And people won't respect when you ask them to stop. Or other people don't care when you issue a warning and say, please don't do this, this makes me uncomfortable. Or maybe you don't even know how to express those warnings. And so when the inevitable outburst does happen, people gaslight you and blame you for the tendency they kind of, in the back of their mind, already knew was going to happen. They just didn't know you were a spectral. I'm merely speaking on my own experience here. I'm not trying to cite anything for anyone else. Everything I have said is because I have experienced it. People will underwrite your autism or your other mental health issues and ignore them or use them for their own gain, and that scars you. It scars you. You learn that people are perfidious. They are they love to lie, and lie of all kinds. White lies of omission, lying behind your back. You learn and you stop trusting people. It is a very toxic lesson to have to learn. Oh, hello, Drenja.
Oh.
Don't worry, the monsters didn't get to the stone slab in the ruins. Phew. You know, it feels a little lonely without those two arguing. Stone slab. This is one of 5 ring-shaped ruins that fell in the area. They're all broken up, except for the floating one within the village itself. When that happened, chambers with stone slabs were exposed. These slabs provide rare examples of Zonai writing. Someone placed them very carefully. They must have been important objects. I can't believe I get to study them. Toro has translated a bit of it already. This particular stone slab seems to detail requirements for becoming a sage. Apparently, not only did you need to be exceptional in some way, you also needed a secret stone, and you needed a prerequisite demon king, too. Mr. Jason says 100% agree, good sir. I only say what I'm saying to say... you can be hurt in online spaces. And I would hate for that to happen to you. Not physical hurt, mental hurt, mental anguish, and like ridicule. If people hear your voice, if people know your face, if people can make assumptions about you, and they will make assumptions about you, you either have to cultivate the spirit of I'm gonna prove them wrong no matter what, or you have to have thick skin and not let them get to you. And the thick skin that I've earned is not thick skin that I've earned without suffering, without mental or social anguish. And I don't want quite frankly, I don't want what I experienced in online spaces as a kid, as a teenager, and as a young man to be something that everyone else deals with. I just don't. Sorry. I never heard of the secret stones before reading these. There's still so much mystery in this world. If you want the exact text, you can read the translation next to the stone slab. It must have been important. It's a shame that we don't know yet. We don't know what they meant by sage and secret stone. Okay, so this was the one where we had the 2 old coots that sell pumpkins and carrots arguing. None of the survey team could get any work done while that was happening, so we're free to move on. I apologize for being a kind of a Debbie Downer. That's really not my intention. And it's, I think streaming is a wonderful thing. Again, you meet so many people you would never think possible by virtue of doing it. But you also open yourself up. Everyone's going to criticize you, from the way you play to the jokes you make and the stories you tell. People are going to have things to say about you. And if you're prickly or sensitive to that, and the slightest thing makes you prickly, that could be a problem. So streaming is, I guess I would describe streaming as kind of not being for the faint of heart socially. Also, I talked about the fear, and people isolating you and critiquing you. There's also another aspect that's like equally as deceptive, and that's the parasocial relationship. You'll find people that just like to experience life through your eyes and your ears and your senses online. You will get people that will talk to you and butter you up and tell you really nice things and that you like them and that you're friends with them. And, oh, this opinion you had is absolutely stellar. You're going to have people also glazing you. And they don't mean a word of it. Again, this goes back to, I suppose some part of it is projection for me. Because people, when they said those things to me, they didn't mean it. They were looking for something. Or, in the case of my MMO rating days, it was people who were looking to get me to go away. And so they gave me a compliment. They paid me lip service. And I hated that when I realized later in life what that was. Aha! If the ruins fell here, they must have come from someplace in the sky, right? This is amazing, Totsi! From the sky. You know, a Sky Island specialist works at the huge ring ruin on the northwest side of town. Aelin, welcome back. I hope your Valorant went well. You play one Swift play. What the F is going on? Oh, it was story time. I was talking about how people, you know, like to lie to you, or people have a critique for everything. You leave for 5. No, there was no drama. There's no drama. Mr. Jason and I had a conversation about, you know, people inquired as to whether or not, you know, he should stream, or that, you know, does he stream, etc., etc. And that kind of just triggered something in me. And I started talking about personal experiences. Because people like to, you know, say everything online, and they're either attempting to be mean, get some kind of jump out of you, or, you know, they're intending to lie later. Mr. Jason says again, yes, you agree, Mr. Coin. If you glaze someone, they've really earned it. Of course. In real life, you joke that you only have one best friend due to cutting down on costs for birthday and Christmas. Fair. But you could have way more friends, but you prefer being more selective than even, you know, someone on a basic level. Thank you for the redemption, Aelin. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm not trying to, like, repeatedly hammer a point. I've honestly moved on about my cautions of streaming. I'm mostly just using this to vent about my own personal experience now. It is the idea that people will say anything to get you to trust them. It's like a famous Australian zoologist, Steve Irwin, before he died. He said, you know, humans are the most, you know, at least with an alligator or an animal, you know, you can understand them. But humans will try to, and they'll kill you, and you'll have a decent idea why. I'm paraphrasing here. But humans, they'll try to befriend you first, and then kill you, etc., etc. They will, wow, I'm getting some kind of like twitching around my, I don't like what I'm feeling at the moment. But you gotta watch yourself around other human beings. They're the most dangerous game for a reason. The Sky Islands are those things just floating in the sky, right? You really want to ask him about what all that is up there. Oh, how do you even get to places that are so high up? You were told there were footholds, but it's basically a cliff. I've heard that the Zonai survey team lets you use their balloons after you become a member. After we join up, we'll be able to do that together someday. For now, we'll have to make our way on foot while we study on our own. Oh, hold on. The ruins here are hugely important, and the Zonai survey team is pretty good about letting you know what's what. They even let people go read the writing they deciphered on each stone slab for themselves. Pretty great. I hear that the village chief insisted on them being open about what they discover. The village is drawing a lot of tourists because of that. She seems pretty smart, despite only recently stepping into her position. How great. Kind of inspires me to make sure we study these ruins so we become super smart members of the survey team. Mr. Jason says Tatsuna needs to join sooner rather than later. Balloons get more expensive each year due to inflation. Too true. Oh, are these not the... I could have swore these were the stone slabs. Do we need to, like, discover them in an order? Or do I need to, like, read what they say? What was the deal with all this? Hold on. Oh, let him know what they say. Okay, yeah, it's these. So we need to read the translations. I thought it was take a picture. The stone slab at the southern ring ruin. Some translation notes. Who protect of Hyrule from the demon king together. King, there were known as sages. What I take from this is that it was about a facet of Hyrule as it was. From this is that it's about a facet of Hyrule as it was in those days. Gorduguku says there is one hiding, but that's all you can say. Well, I'm hoping that the game will reveal itself to me. If you were to guess at how to fill in the gaps, it goes something like, there were those known as sages who protected the kingdom of Hyrule from the Demon King. What? Afraid of heights, can't visit the slab. Oh, we need to find them all and talk to him. That's what's going on. Okay. So, this next one I think is probably somewhere over here. And then after this, we'll get a move on. Actually, we may not even have the time, depending on how much conversation we have. But yeah, long story short, without me going over and over and over and over and over and over and again and again and again about my personal history, be careful with other human beings. They'll offer you friendship in one hand, and they will serve you a glass of poisoned wine in the other. It'll taste good on the way down, but you will not live to tell the tale afterwards. Always keep your eye out on other people. Take them at their word until they show you that they shouldn't be. Once they do show you that they can't be trusted, don't trust them. It's a lesson that I wish people would take to heart in real life very seriously. Whether it be geopolitics or, you know, when dealing with politicians and so on. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, yes, you did read a saying ages ago, good sir. If people tell you who they are, believe them. Exactly, exactly. If you have a party of people that represent a faction called the Leopards Eating People's Faces Party, you should absolutely believe them when they say, we want leopards eating the faces of every single human being. And if you happen to find someone and support someone who says that, and you're not buying into the fact that, oh, they support leopards eating people's faces, they absolutely mean that, you should not be surprised to find a leopard mangling your face later if it turns out later that that's exactly what you get from supporting them. That statement is absolutely apropos. Huh? Did Pora send you? I'm Suguru. Nice to meet you. I specialize in studying the Sky Islands. I mean, look at all these fascinating ruins just dropping out of the sky. Great stuff, right? Huh? Wait, you're not with the survey team. This is an official Ring Ruins research site. It's dangerous here for civilians. But if you're the sort of guy who comes all the way out here for curiosity's sake, you must be a researcher at heart. Since you're here, I'm happy to answer questions, as long as they're about the Sky Islands. What are the Sky Islands? You know when you start daydreaming and stare off into the sky, then you go, whoa, a floating ruin? That's a Sky Island.
Ah.
Remnants of the Zonai civilization, like these ring ruins, have fallen all over. Turns out they come from the Sky Islands. Which means the whole Zonai legacy is up there. The islands are untouched, so everything must be well preserved. I'm not boring you, am I? Because I can go on about the Sky Islands forever. Go ahead, ask me anything. Anything live up there? We're not sure it lives up there, but we found new species of plants around the fallen ruins. And if there are plants, I'm sure other things live up there too. If you're interested in that sort of thing. Try talking to Corey. She's a resident plant expert. Right now, she's trying to cultivate plants that were attached to the ruins. If that interests you, you should definitely ask her about it. I'm not boring you, am I? Uh-huh. What makes you curious? Huh. I want to know more about armor made with Zonite tech. Clothing and culture are tied together, and there's so much we don't know about either of them. So many mysteries. Anyway, the bigger the Sky Island, the bigger the settlements. We think some sort of cultural relic must be up there. But since we can't get up there, it's all conjecture. You'll have to contend yourself studying the ring ruins. We don't have a way to get to the Sky Islands, at least not yet. I'd love to go someday. I bet the folks in Terrytown could improve the balloon. I wish I had a reason to head northeast. Mr. Jason says, at least for your standards, Mr. Coin, you have more friends on Discord than you're even expected to have, although you suppose that some of them are mostly there until you make clearly defined support places for TCC staff and verified streamer. You have 131. Indeed. Oh, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason goes on to say, when you do visit a large Sky Island formation, you truly will find a relic of the past. Too true. All right, let's try to find this panel, because it was supposed to be, like, here-ish somewhere. I think our panel might be... not here. Wow, this is a, like, precarious construction. Alright, I guess let's get back up there. We gotta keep things moving. Yeah, I mean, we're sifting through relics of the past right now. I haven't said this because we haven't been here much, but I actually do find the ring ruins really cool. I find the Zonai to be like an amazing, like, interpretation of what the gods were supposedly were. My dad and I have talked about this a fair bit, and this is gonna get theological for a minute. But my father and I, more than me, thinks there's a whole group of people, or a whole, like, not people, but like entities. Let's use the right word. Entities out there that we refer to collectively as gods. And at one point, there's the god race of quote unquote people who are much more powerful than us. And they can do things that would make Thanos look like a garden variety, like, cartoon villain. And, you know, the Lord mentioned in the Bible is one such god of many, supposedly. Okay, this panel's gotta be up here somewhere. Oh, well, I'm glad we went up here. We found a chest. Gordon Goku says, you want to say go where there's a couple of people to talk to? You're not sure exactly? Oh, we'll find them eventually. Or, you know, we won't. That's the beauty of playing the game, huh? Alan says, oh, crap, gotta keep the streak going. Bye. Very well. Sir Alan, good to see you. As always, thank you for your company. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, I do hope you stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Aelin. And with that, let's put on the appropriate climbing gear. Nourish our stamina a little bit. And keep things moving. Our slate's got to be, like, up here. Gordon Gokus is trying to figure out a way not to tell you, but to tell you. I appreciate the assist. I do. You're giving me as much information as you can without spoiling. We'll either find it during the stream or we won't. And if we don't find it, you know, we'll come right back here and you know, we'll find it, right? I'll figure out where to go to find it. Gordo Goku says the answer will ascend to your brain eventually. Ah, I see. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in one stream, you'll be up to your stream streak. You will up your stream streak to 80 tomorrow? Nice. Mr. Jason says, you're really scaling these challenges, Mr. Coin. Thank you. If you say ascend... Maybe it's in this, like, space that we were in earlier. I don't think so, but we're gonna try. It's possible it could be further down. Yeah, because if you look, you got the inside of the ring. Oh, it's not this, is it? There's zero chance it's this. But I kind of think ascending through the ring is kind of the only thing that makes any real sense. Yeah, because this would be it here. Very tricksy hobbitses. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, admittedly, the amazing Aelin was right that in that you glazed me more once than a Krispy Kreme donut in one stream. But you most definitely wouldn't glaze if you didn't respect said person. Of course. It's just that not everyone does that. There are some people that know to do that just to get you to agree with them.
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. And welcome back again, good sir. I trust things have been going smoothly since you've last talked. You've come in toward the end of the stream. We've got probably about, well, I'd say 3 minutes, but I'm gonna at least try to find this slab, you know, for a little bit. We've got some time to play with. Gordo Goku says your mind is working correctly, but you can't say. That is as much as you can give me, good sir. I'll either find it or I won't. But, I trust work wasn't too particularly bombastic today, Mr. Shiny. No chaos. I wonder if one of these, like, broken structures will do it. I don't think so, because we're just going to end up back in the scaffolding, which is what happened here. Okay. So, just looking at the notes I've taken for this, I'm not particularly sure. There were definitely... I think I'm definitely in, like, the right-ish spot. Mr. Shiny says it's good that those locations of slab are all set in stone, aren't they? Yes, they are practically etched in stone. You could change these with an etch and sketch if you wanted to. Okay, didn't we have a guy down there? Yeah, wasn't there like a bit of medicine we had to bring someone earlier? I don't think it's it's gotta be inside the internal ring structure. That's where I'm thinking this has gotta be. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Coin, the one thing that you truly love about Aelin is the direct approach. Glazing more than a Krispy Kreme donut was completely true. but it did give Mr. Jason a chuckle. Absolutely. Alan does not hold back on his phrasing, and I quite prefer it. It's not this. There's no way it's this. Yeah, so this is just the bottom of the ring again. So if we like come in here. Huh. Okay, I can move up a little bit further. Maybe that. Mr. Jason says also, or I'm sorry, Mr. Shiny says also Aelin doesn't hide their admiration toward Mr. Shiny. Oh yeah, they're just very honest. I appreciate that. So it's definitely going to be within the ring. This is too far. This is too far back. So something like here. Although, wouldn't this hold on. This would have been in a place, this slab that I'm looking at has to be in a place where these guys can get to it. It can't just be nowhere. What did the 369 song tell you to do? Gordo Goku asks. I'm not particularly sure. This place does ring a bell. Okay. Maybe it's further down. Yeah, maybe it's further down. And not actually along here at all. No. I'll have to think about this, and hopefully I'll have a solution when we come back tomorrow. That's what I think I'm gonna have to do. Mr. Jason says in some channels you would have 100% done !command and add Alan quote 1. Jason is glazing right. And I know that you enjoy it more tidy, good sir. Yeah, I don't like I don't like a bloated command menu. I like commands to be straightforward and ideally beneficial to users. Gordy Goku says go with your last gut. Well, my last gut tells me that, you know, this is, you know, it's going to be on the surface. You shouldn't need to ascend anywhere to find it. That's what my gut is saying. But I know that can't be right. Well, I actually don't know if that can't be right. Maybe it is. Oh, I just need to find the, like, the spot on the ground. Kind of go from there. Yeah, I'll play around with this once we conclude stream. Mr. Shiny says, this place does ring a bell. Too true, good sir. It does ring a bell. They're literally ring ruins. Ah, and we could put a ring on that one. Guaranteed. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been a wonderful stream. Thank you guys so much for keeping me company. I really appreciate it. We'll be back at this tomorrow. Hopefully I will have deduced or figured out where the rest of these slabs are, as well as, you know, other like side adventures and side quests that we have missed. I'm gonna continue to scout for Addison and attempt to like place all of those markers on the map so that we kind of know where we're going instead of just aimless flying today, which is what basically happened. Aimless flying and good conversation. I want the good conversation. I do not want the aimless flying. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. Gordy Goku says it's been fun. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for being here. My name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You guys know all the algorithmic stuff to do. You'll either find that underneath the video player on Twitch, where the social links are, or you will find that in the bottom of the description on YouTube, if you're not there already. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime, which you will find in the aforementioned places I told you guys about, underneath the video player or in the bottom of the video description. Please do, again, check those out. Mr. Shiny says, at least the ring part fits, so the joke didn't go to ruin entirely. Yes, I will count the joke. I did spot that, Mr. Jason. Thank you. Other than that, you're very welcome. Other than that, I will see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.